Let me see. Anyone?
While that's going on, I'm gonna adjust my lights because it looks like I have a halo.
Yeah, you have a halo going on. That's pretty good. I So yeah, so uh, anyone that's I have the TikTok on too. So if you're on TikTok, jump over to my YouTube channel or my Facebook, and we're live on there. I haven't figured out how to hook my phone into it yet because I would just right now the problem with the TikTok people can't hear you and John talking.
Oh,
So I
really?
need
That's weird. I wonder why.
well, I just need an adapter to run it in. I run the mic into the my cell phone because TikTok has to be through your phone. At least the
Gotcha.
way I have it set up now. Um,
It might be
but
worth. This is gonna sound silly, but it might be worth getting together and doing some practice of our practice. But I'll be right back. I gotta
yeah,
fix
yeah,
this
no
one
problem.
light.
Yeah, we're just getting started. We're late here. Let's see. Howdy, I got Goat. How are you? Let me see. I've been neglecting my TikTok this summer, so I am very sorry for all my TikTok people. But if you're on TikTok, if you jump over to my YouTube channel, it should be linked in my bio. Um, you can check it out. We're just going to talk some Star Wars stuff. So, um, but
Still got a halo, but it's not as harsh as it was.
yeah, that's what I had I had to change the lighting in here. So I had 20 people on TikTok all of a sudden watching it. So hopefully some of them jump over to our YouTube channel or Facebook or
I see
however. Oh
e-girls here.
yeah, I gotta. You know what? I gotta put the chat up. The only problem is the power must have like glitched and it shut all my equipment off. So it took forever to get everything back up and started down here because I always forget about this stuff. Um, let me see if I can get the chat up. There we go. I see the chat. There we go. So my chat is up. So again, I don't know if the chat's going to work for Facebook or not. Like it sometimes does and sometimes doesn't. You
Yeah, I
know,
mean when Anthony shared it on ours, somehow the chat worked there.
yeah. And that
So I
could
don't.
just be a browser issue on my end.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm running this. I'm running this on Chrome, um, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So we were talking right before you got here. I was helping Marty with his DeLorean. Um, so we have a little bit of more work to do to get that thing on the road, but it's really cool. A DeLorean to me is there's certain cars that are just like a snapshot of time,
Yep.
and those original 80, I think this is an 83, I think 83 DeLorean. There's certain things that are just snapshots of time, you know. Um,
And in that case, it's a snapshot in a couple times
yeah, yeah.
because of the association to the movies.
Well, and his is beautiful. Like it's in just as good a condition as like a new car.
Oh,
You
that's
know,
cool.
like it has like 20,000 miles on it. I mean, it's
Which is amazing because I have a 2018 that has over 100,000 miles on it.
yeah. I have an '06 that has 264,000 on it. So, um, but yeah, I asked Marty to join and figured he would talk some Star Wars, but he's a busy man. It's wedding season, keeps him on his toes. So, um, and we didn't have any real new Star Wars news, I don't think.
What? Are you kidding?
Well, let me think. What did I miss?
They're
Well, we have
doing it.
and
Well, there's Andor.
yeah.
However, before Andor, there's going to be a 6-part docu series on Disney Plus.
Oh yeah,
All of
that's right. That's it. I was thinking we talked about that on the last. Oh no, yeah.
no, that was.
I'm looking forward to that probably more than anything right now.
Oh my God! You have yes, absolutely yes, a million times yes, and just that little clip that they showed, that little, which I think is funny that they're doing a trailer for something
Yeah,
like
I know.
that.
I know.
Um, there seems to be unseen footage from
Oh,
A
I see.
New
Yeah,
Hope in that.
yeah, yeah.
Plus, I love all the behind the scenes stuff with the crew, with the staff, with the folks who made this stuff, and it just goes to show how wacky and much of goofballs the whole group of people were that were involved in those first movies.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? Oh man, I just wrote. You know what's funny too is it when I saw some of that back behind the scenes, I was thinking of us making Matt's movie. I mean, I know it's really different, but I think of like how we had to turn on that seriousness, like okay, stormtroopers run here, but then 95% of the day we were making fun of John's boots, you know.
Or the fact that we have one stormtrooper, the only stormtrooper in the bunch who was willing to fall, and he
Yeah.
would always fall.
Yeah. As soon as he said action, they're like, oh, he died,
Yeah.
you know.
Even when he wasn't meant to, he just did.
Yeah. Well, Matt posted up some really good the special effects guy stuff. Did you see that?
I saw it in passing. I didn't get a chance to really.
I
look at it.
just got it in passing too. I've been busy doing non-Star Wars stuff this week, like doing car stuff. So
Everything okay, John?
Yeah, he slipped into the counter off his crutches.
Oh man, crutches. Oh man, I fell down the stairs during the pandemic, and because I was rushing between teaching up downstairs and a meeting, and I fell down the stairs and I just twisted my ankle really bad, and I was on crutches for about 20 minutes. I was like, I'd rather crawl around.
Yeah, unfortunately, having arthritis scoped out of your knee and your MCL reattached, it wasn't exactly an option. Well, it was an option that he declined, and then immediately realized not quite an option.
Yeah, that's surgery, and I've never had surgery, but I know people that have, and that seems terrible. Any kind of it.
The only surgery I've ever had was I had a cyst removed from my wrist that has since returned.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, the
Return of the Cyst.
Yes.
Revenge of the. I hope it's not as many copies of it as you have as Revenge of the Sith.
I don't know. It twice the pride, double the fall, apparently, because it's doubled in size. Yeah, it's kind of off topic from Star Wars, but when I went to the orthopedic surgeon, they're like, we can either, give you an injection and pop it under the skin. There's like a 60% chance that it returns. And I'm like, that sounds awfully painful, and I don't like those odds. He's like, well, then we can have it surgically removed, and there's less than a 1% chance that it comes back. Clearly.
I'm surprised that you were interested in hearing the odds at all.
Yeah, I thought you wouldn't want him to tell you the odds.
Hey, it is directly under the tendons in my wrist, so this is incredibly painful.
Oh,
goodness.
That makes my hand hurt. We to prepare for today, I went to the beach yesterday, and my old man body realized that when waves smash you all over the place, it feels much different at my age than it did even 10 years ago.
Which beach?
We go down to Indian River Outlet in Delaware.
Okay.
Right before you get to Ocean City, Maryland.
Okay.
We used to go to Tom's River. Missy's sister had a place at Tom's River, but then when one of the hurricanes came through, it how it wiped out pretty much all of Tom's River. And
yeah, that was just a few years ago, actually.
Yeah, and that ended our trips to Tom's River. Yeah, someone is asking me on TikTok if I like Star Wars, and yes, we do. We're talking Star Wars on YouTube. You have to go over there. Until there is an adapter that I can put my phone in that will then pick up you guys' audio, and then I can run simultaneously. But right now, I don't have the adapter, and I just don't need to buy one more wire that's going to sit down here. So that's we're talking. Are we talking names today? Is today the names one?
No, we can. I mean, we've got the time. However, I was thinking, considering that today is both Jeff Goldblum's birthday and Harrison Ford's birthday,
yeah,
that we could do a couple different things. One, we could talk about all the connections between Star Wars and dinosaurs.
Okay.
And just talk anything Han Solo, Harrison Ford related, and that could very easily get us 7 hours worth of content.
So we don't have to fill about another hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm off tomorrow too. So,
well, how's first before we start any of that? How is your Kylo coming along?
It's been radio silence for the last week.
Oh, really?
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything yet.
Especially considering that
now, did you resubmit the steamed pictures?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, see, again, and I don't necessarily agree with this, but there are certain garrisons that are like, okay, every time you submit it, it's X amount of days. So they could be under that.
But yeah, I don't even know how it works. So let's say for the Mandalorian mercs, they have an approval team, and a team of people will get a batch of photographs for a group of individuals. So I don't know if it's like once they accumulate a certain amount of applications, they just work on those applications, or they constantly add new applications to the pile. So with a new set of pictures, does yours go to the bottom of the pile?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand how any of that works. I'm maybe I just make it too simple. I just think it's one of those things where you get it, and hey, it's Wednesday night, and I'm not doing anything. Let me look at these pictures and tell John it's okay. Like I don't. That's my only. But once you're in it, you'll be good. Maybe they just want that anticipation, so you'll be super stoked when you get in.
I mean,
oh yeah,
I would have had the same level of anticipation 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So, well, no news is good news. Honestly, the feedback you got from the first time, if that's all they give you, that's pretty good. Because I've heard horror stories from our guys, like the buckle's wrong, and I don't know.
Well, for the mercs, I know that they will do some surprising things with the photographs. So, for instance, they'll change the contrast on the photographs to look at where there might be, where the plates might not be connected properly to the suit, or they'll zoom in really close to see if there's any Velcro showing. I mean, they go to super extreme lengths to critique these photographs. Because what's interesting about the mercs, I think for the main submission, you only have to send in 5 or 6, maybe 6 photographs. So it's front, right side, back side, or right side, left side, back side. So that's what, 4 pictures.
Mm-hmm. And one of your weapon.
One of your weapon and one without your helmet. So it's 6 pictures. And then it's okay. We need a close up of this, or we need a different angle of the whatever it is. I mean, they will look at the photograph so closely that they can tell whether or not you have visible print lines in your pieces.
That's funny. Well, that I don't mind, because I think I see some people getting pretty sloppy with their print line.
Oh goodness, yeah, absolutely.
I discovered, so I printed Zoe's jetpack on the highest possible setting, and it printed out so nice. Like, I put some pictures up. I haven't done anything with it yet, but I think I'm going to convert my CR10 to a 0.1 or a 0.2 nozzle.
Wow.
Which means it will take forever to print something, but it'll just be for when I need that super detail, because the amount of work I don't have to do on this jetpack is amazing. I can't imagine how a 0.2 would be.
Right, because I mean, like, at that point, like, filler primer would almost take care of that.
Yeah, wet sand and filler primer. Because I said to Marty, I said, maybe a lot of us are using 3D printers wrong. Like, we all jumped in, and now we can have a helmet in 3 days. Well, maybe we should have a helmet in 15 days. And make it, don't be greedy and be in a hurry. So I'm going to try it. We'll see what happens.
Well, what's funny is with a printed helmet in 3 days, you would probably still have a usable helmet in 15 days with the amount of painting, priming, sanding, and swearing and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only problem I have with the 3-day versus 15-day print is you've got 5 times more likely of a print failure.
Well, right. Well, see, like with my CR10, which maybe I shouldn't do my CR10, but it's on a battery backup. But my my Sovals, if power goes out, they start back up where you left off.
Mm-hmm.
So
the CR10 has the same thing, but the biggest gripe about Creality is you can never pause a print because they always shift like 6 millimeters. So
yeah,
it's
well that
unusable at that point.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. But the costuming, I found it showed up on my my Facebook about that cartoon I put where the average person can't tell between a Ruby's and a Centurion suit, and that was like 6 years ago. It was on my Facebook page, and it was mainly just to remind us all that like you should. I think it's awesome that we take the costume seriously, and I think it's awesome that we take the detail seriously. But there has to be that happy medium to get people in the group.
Yeah, you betcha. Especially so this weekend in New Jersey, there was an event called Garden State Comic Fest,
Mm-hmm.
and it was in Morristown, New Jersey, at the Menin Ice Arena. And it was really, really fun. It was mostly comic book stuff, and there were some great comic book artists there, famous comic book artists there. Like for instance, Ditko was there, and so on. But there was I spent maybe 4 hours in my Kennex kit, and at one point, and this was on Saturday.
Still love that name every time you say it. I'm just you know.
Well, what's funny is I use the same spelling for my generic Jedi, except I pronounce him Kenny.
Oh, okay.
So the X is silent in that version. So I'm in my costume, and this family is coming around the outside of the ice rink where our booth was, and this little guy, he must have been 6 or 7 years old. He just stops. His mom is pushing a stroller, and there's a youngster in the stroller. He stops. He points at me from about 15 feet away and just yells, "Hey, Mando!" and leaves his mom behind, comes running over to me, wraps his arms around my leg, and it was just the coolest thing. And he doesn't care whether my gauntlets have print lines or not.
Right.
He doesn't care if my chest plates are slightly askew. He's just so excited.
No, he probably critiqued it afterwards. He was like,
yeah, probably in the car with his mom. Like, I don't know who that guy thinks he was. Did you see how there was no weathering on it? And I don't know if the two different blacks match.
But that's where I think, like, I like it when people's costumes are beautiful and they take all the time and make them beautiful. But it's so much easier to make them that way when you're in the group and you're actively participating. And when they make oddball hurdles for people to get in, it because there are people that have submitted things multiple times and they're just like, you know what, I'm done. I'm just going.
Oh yeah, that was me.
You know,
I was one submission away from saying screw it.
Yeah.
So I submitted right at the beginning of the pandemic, and they kicked it back, saying that I needed to fix a few things and gave me a certain timeline to fix those things. And I said, well, just so you know, everything has now been closed down. I was at the time working with the Pennsylvania Maviola clan.
Yeah.
And so that's about 45 minutes from my house. Everything was closed. They say you can't meet and, can't get together in groups and everything. So I asked for an extension, got an extension, resubmitted. They kicked it back with different things to work on.
Yeah, see, now that's the stuff that irritates me is when.
And what's weird is they didn't mention the things that they had mentioned the first time around. They mentioned different things. My third set of my third set of pictures were taken at home by Heather. And as much as I love Heather, she doesn't know Mando Merc's requirements. So we took the pictures and submitted them. They kicked them back to me and said, yeah, these pictures won't work because they're from the wrong angle. And I was I threw my hands up in the air and said, "This is stupid. Why am I even doing this?" And at which point Heather says, "No, you have to do this one more time." And so I reached out to the New Jersey group, and I went up to Ned's house, and Ned's house is maybe 2.5 hours from here, give or take.
Yeah.
And we took 90 photographs in an effort to get 5 that we could submit. And what we would do is we would share Ned and Renee, the 2 guys that were helping me. They would take a couple pictures, send them to someone that they knew to critique them. They would send them. They would say, "Well, this one, do this, do this." And we took, like I said, almost 100 pictures so we could submit 5. And those were the 5 that went in for my 4th application submission, and that's the one that I got through with. But that was over the course of many, many months.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you got it in. I mean, we're not. Hopefully, we're not making John feel bad about it here.
Well, it helps that the guy who made my costume is the one reviewing it.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, for the simple fact of he could over critique it because he's the one who made it.
Yeah. Or honestly, like, so the optimist in me maybe thinks that they're just going to make sure. Hang on a minute, I got another. The optimist in me makes me think that maybe they're going to just make sure they don't seem like they're favoring it because he made it. You know what I mean? Like they don't want someone to say. That's the optimist in me is there. Though I somewhat disagree with when they make people wait forever.
See, I think in this case, what they may be doing is making sure that the critique that they give is based on how you look in Marty's costume, because in
John's costume.
Yes, that's true.
Formally as Marty's costume.
Yes, formerly known as Marty Wren. So that costume, when it was approved, was made to fit Marty. And Marty is slightly differently built than John is. And so the costume has to be tailored to John's proportions and not necessarily Marty. So if anything, it would be minor tweaks because it has already gone through the other steps. With in comparison for the Mando that I submitted, it was all new from the get-go.
Yeah.
So they didn't approve it before. They had never seen it before. It was critiquing it from square one, whereas in John / Marty's case, it's making sure that this kit that's already been approved is tailored to fit the new owner.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder if they want to like make sure they want to make sure that they're like they don't send the message of, hey, buy a pre-approved costume, get in right away. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just it's ouch. Sorry, it's always odd to me. I was in at a time in 2007 where literally I stood my phone on a cabinet in my kitchen on the edge of a cabinet and set it for a timer and took a picture and then did this. I submitted like 4 pictures. Like it was terrible pictures, and they're like, yeah, you're in.
Hey, that's how I had to do it, except for I used a tripod on my porch. Yeah, and I'd use a timer on my watch.
Yeah, they didn't have the tripod adapters for the first iPhones, or they probably had them.
There was no adapter. It was balance my phone on a tripod to try and get it to stay still. I dropped it a few times.
That's funny.
Well, what's also interesting too is now a lot of the at least with the Mandos, they have a pre-approval process. So you put together your costume, and either you go in person to this group and have them critique your stuff, and or you take the same pictures that you would submit for your approval application. You submit them to this other group for them to critique it before it gets critiqued.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, if there's official 501st Armor parties here, you can actually take your costume and usually there'll be a GML there, and they'll do on-spot approvals.
Oh yeah, I've never heard of that for the Mercs. That'd
Yeah.
be amazing.
Yeah,
I would
so
love that.
that's pretty cool because I mean, you know, it makes people go to armor parties and stuff like that, and you know, but mine are never official. So mine armor parties are famous for not being official.
Well, you are the black sheep of
which I
Garrison
never
Keillor.
see. So here, let's talk a little bit. Then we'll talk to Harrison Ford. So I don't want to talk too much, but I was always like the 501st poster boy, this and that. And man, when I ran for CO, man, I got treated so differently about nonsense that it changed my attitude to wanting to be a CO anymore. You know, because I think I wanted to make it more simple. Like I in any group, any fan group you join, I get tired of hearing people tell me how much work it is, because
Yes,
it's optional. It's supposed to be fun. And if helping out in a fan group is tons of work, then you must have the world's easiest job in real life. You know, it just reminds me, I used to have a poster hanging in my classroom, and it had a picture of a Caribbean Sea or something like that. And it said motivation. And it said something like, if this picture motivates you and makes you want to work hard, then your job is really easy and you'll be replaced by a robot soon. You know? So.
Also, sorry if I'm out of it. I'm trying to coordinate a concert trip tomorrow.
Oh yeah, where are you going? What concert?
It's the stadium tour. So Motley Crue, Poison, Def Leppard, and Joan Jett.
Oh my God! If someone,
aren't you a little too young to be listening to that kind of
thing? You'd think.
I was going to say I was working on an '83 DeLorean today, and then you said that. It's. I feel like I've traveled back into my high school years.
Well, I mean, the DeLorean is one of those time machines. Did you activate the flux capacitor while you were working on it?
I was trying to get that flux capacitor to work. So I see ARC 77s back too. So, but yeah, I don't know. I just can't wait till John's in. Then John, when you get your tote, remember, take a nice and ARC's only 15. How do we not know that?
What? It's also leopard with 2 P's, not no.
Yeah, see, fake fan. No. That's back when, before the internet, we would go home and watch. As much as parents tell their kids not to waste so much time on the internet, we would go home and sit and watch MTV for 4 hours a night.
Yeah, in an effort to watch one video.
Yeah, I think that because it was basically, for the first couple years when I was in junior high, it was basically Michael Jackson videos, and then 1 or 2 other videos in between. It was like for every 6 Michael Jackson videos, you know, which is pretty funny. But John, you got to get a sign and make sure you have it in your tote ready to go. It says "My First Troop." So when you do your first troop, you got to hold it up and get a picture of your first troop
with everybody with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's like a, you know, one time we were with someone and I felt bad. No one had a piece of paper, so we wrote it on a pizza box. So
I wish I had thought of that for my first troop.
Speaking of which, speaking of troops, Mike, if you see Aaron Scare before me, let me know, because I whittled my dad down far enough to at least soft commit to going.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen anything about Aaron Scare yet, but I like I said, you want to sign up for that. It's well worth it. It's just such an organized. It's not only is it a beautiful troop, it's a lesson in organization without being a jerk. Like they set up, but they have a spreadsheet and they're just like, look, there's your time. And it just, to me, it's almost would be a good case study in how to be a good boss. Just the
is
way
that open to all
the Mercs are there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it'll, I think it comes through whatever Virginia's base is. You know, and then I think it originates out of, I can't remember if it originates out of the Rebel or the 501st, but it originates out of one of those, and then it goes out through there. And Yeah, and it's well worth it.
Yeah, that's
they're
the one that I really
closed.
want to go to.
That museum is closed through the fall of 2022.
Yeah, so maybe they don't have it this year.
Mm.
Well, that other one that you do, Ken, was it the something of aviation? Isn't there one on Long Island?
No, there's one in Wildwood. It's the Naval Museum in Wildwood.
Is that one with because I know Marty goes out to that one once in a while.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen Marty at it.
Then maybe there's one in Manhattan. Then is there some kind of is there a museum on a aircraft carrier or something?
Yes.
Or on a boat?
There is one in an aircraft carrier, and they have done in New Jersey and New Jersey, Pennsylvania. It's on the New Jersey side of the river. There's the battleship.
Okay, because I know Marty's done one with that because he's asked me to go a couple times. It always falls on a bad weekend for me.
Yeah, the battleship one is really fun because depending on where you take the pictures, some of it looks like it could be a Star Wars ship.
Yeah.
Whether you're talking about the deck-mounted cannons or the interior, like control room and stuff like that, it's pretty neat.
Marty did one on the Pentagon one time.
Really?
And they had to go through all some kind of security. Yeah, it was like Chewie and C-3PO. I can't imagine, and he took his R2. I can't imagine getting R2 through security at the Pentagon.
That's funny.
Here's a giant robot full of circuits.
And plans to a battle station.
Yeah. One, and Marty has a little C-3PO inside his. So
really?
If Dan's not there, he can open up the one door, and you'll see a little C-3PO peeking out.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
So, and there was a guy at Celebration that had a Kenny Baker sitting in his. So if you look through the crack, he just had a little tiny Kenny Baker. But when you look through it, if he would have the kids look into one and you could see Kenny Baker sitting in it.
Oh my gosh, that's really, really funny. So. What'd be funny is if he made a little cockpit like in Men in Black.
Yeah.
The first Men in Black movie where the robot or the little alien was sitting in the guy's head.
Well, Toga has if you take his mouse droid apart, there's a little mouse in an Imperial uniform driving it.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's technically a mouse droid.
So now, maybe that should be our next armor party. We should do a mouse building.
Oh yeah,
armor party.
Well, because the mouse droid, you need a Traxxas Bandit.
What now?
That's the name of the thing you need. Let me see if I can pull it up here. You need a Traxxas Bandit.
Is that the remote control car?
Yeah.
I'll be back here in just a sec.
Okay. He's playing nurse. Let me see if I can pull I always misspell it. Yeah, there we go. Traxxas Bandit. So here, now again, I don't know which Traxxas Bandit you need because there's like a whole bunch, but you'd have to find, because from what guys tell me, you can use other remote control cars, but you'll wind up spending more time and effort to make it fit. You know what I mean?
Really?
Like one of those, the kits are made to fit this one right here.
Oh, wow.
So that's like a $200 brand new. Now, I'm sure they've been out for a while, but that's the Traxxas Bandit remote control car with all the fixings. So, and then you just buy the body kit. You can 3D print them, or a lot of guys do a vacuum form. I like the vacuum form boxes because then if you wreck them, they're a little stronger. And everybody, and then there's like a kit. You buy a kit. I helped Marty with his. You do something with the springs, like you pull the springs down and it kind of lowers it and stuff. The one guy sells a whole kit and you can throw one together pretty quick. And then some guys put full stereos, like they'll put Bluetooth speakers in them, so you can, So that's the plus side to the Traxxas. But yeah, I would love to do that. But that's, again, I don't know if we could get people to commit to $150, $200 remote control car.
Yeah, because even on eBay, pre-owned are like $80 or $90.
Yeah, so you probably have to go to the like the droid builders, because I would imagine like that's the brand new one. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a knockoff, because it's mainly you just need the body, the wheel size, and stuff. Because that's a new one. The old ones I think were gray. But the mouse droids are always fun because you see them in all different paint configurations and stuff. And that's, I guess, the Traxxas Bandit gives you the right scale. But then there's a lot of guys will make them slightly smaller or slightly larger.
Okay. See, I wanted to make one larger. They have those remote control, like the really big, tired remote control cars at Walmart.
Well, we used to have a store here, not right outside of Quarryville, that sold all remote control stuff, and it was like going into like a real car showroom, and they'd have like rows of wheels and shocks, and it was crazy. That's where I only knew it because that's where I bought my CA glue, because they sold the good CA glue, and they had all kinds of tires and remote control planes and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's funny. Did they have a little test track inside?
No, but they had an airport out in the field behind the grocery store. Like it was a full built airport with like a windsock and
oh my goodness,
places to stand and stuff. Though I think if I sold model airplanes, I wouldn't, because someone bought one and took it out there and it was its first and last flight.
Its inaugural crash.
Yeah. My neighbor had a big plane. He flew through a fence and it just tore the wings right off his first flight.
Oh my goodness. So, yeah, I'm sure he was less than happy about that.
We just had the one just swung around in a circle with a string. Remember those?
I remember those. We had the balsa wood one, the rubber band and the propeller. Yeah. That's the ones we had, or the styrofoam ones, the styrofoam gliders.
Yeah, or the ones they'd have at the mall where the guy would throw it all these fancy ways, and you get it home and you couldn't even get it to fly like 2 feet.
Yep.
But anyhow. So back to while we're waiting for John, you were saying about Harrison Ford's birthday. How old is he?
He's 80.
80 today.
Yeah.
So he would have been 40? How old was he in New Hope?
He would have been 25, I thought.
25? Wait a minute. How many years ago was New Hope? 77. I gotta do math now. Come on. Let me see. 2022. They filmed in 1976, but we'll just say 1977.
I think he's 80.
45, according to my math. Right?
That doesn't make sense.
When was he born?
He was born in 1942.
1942.
He would have been 35.
Minus 19. Oh, maybe I typed something in wrong. Yeah, 35. Okay, 35 it is. Okay, so he was pretty old, though, compared to Luke and Leia then, right?
Yep.
So,
which is funny because they were older than their characters. They were supposed to be 19 or something. I thought they were in their 20s.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was a kid. So Harrison Ford was in a lot of stuff. Like I feel like I lucked out in the sense that I lived when he had his big career from Star Wars to what was the one where he was the fugitive? Like that to me seemed, those films in that length of time seemed to have been his best work, I guess you would call it. But yeah, I mean,
he's actually 20 years older than Carrie Fisher.
Yeah, when I heard from her book about him and her, that did give me a pause about him. You know what I mean? Like, because and maybe it's, I don't know. There's certain age brackets. We all know that someone's not grown up. Like, it's not like as soon as you hit the 18, you're grown up. You know what I mean? Like, and that kind of I would say tainted me on him slightly, if I could say, I mean, I still like his, but I that made me think of him slightly differently.
Well, and not just the whole age thing, but the whole extramarital thing.
Yeah. So that I don't know that.
Well, and if we allowed ourselves for that to influence us so much, then there's a whole lot of entertainment we wouldn't be watching.
Right.
Whether you're talking about Ben Affleck or
Yeah,
or Brad Pitt or any of these kind of.
I think what affected me the most was I heard it after the fact, like way after the fact. You know what I mean? Like it was so because I tend not to really give a crap about my actors and actresses' personal lives.
Mm-hmm.
To be totally honest with you, like it's just like certain ones I like to know, know them as their character.
Yep.
And and Harrison Ford was one of those because he's the one I met. He's the first famous person I met ever. And it was weird, So
I think just even it does boggle my mind right now just talking about the fact that he's 80 years old.
Yeah. Well, you have to give something for technology in the sense of we do have a better living standard than even 40 years ago. You know what I mean? Like if you I mean, I don't think the film industry is overly fair when it comes to men and women. Like an 80-year-old man can still play Han Solo, but then they had a fit with Carrie Fisher and her portrayal. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I agree, and that's one aspect of celebrity and movie making that I'll never really understand.
Yeah,
and I think I'd worry about me if I understood it.
yeah. So, but I mean, he did a good Harrison Ford. I mean, those that get mad about the way the movie's laid out, though, they should probably get more mad at him than anyone else because he's the one that kind of drug his feet on a lot of the stuff that I think Harrison, like Lucas, might have rethought making some more movies if the main stars would have been a little more willing to be in the movies again.
Yeah, and it's so funny considering how early on it was.
Yeah,
I mean that's why he ended up being frozen in carbonite for the third one because they weren't really sure if he was going to be willing to come back.
Yeah,
because that was early on in his career, and he was trying to make a name for himself, and even way back then was concerned about being typecast or connected just to that one franchise. And if we think about it, he was whether he wanted to or not. I mean,
his characters are all just derivatives of himself, which is which is you know what I mean, like he's never really playing anyone out on a limb.
Yeah, and I agree. Even though some of his roles are vastly different. So if you look at American Graffiti versus the Fugitive, or what was it Air Force One? Was he in Air Force One?
He was the president.
Yeah. So when you look at those movies next to each other, they are vastly different. However, the ones in between, he's the grumpy old guy, even when he wasn't necessarily all that old.
Yeah. Well, even in American Graffiti, he was the somewhat old guy.
Yeah, he was the old. Yeah, he was the oldest of the group. That's for sure.
The only one he was. Well, even this Frisco Kid. You ever see the Frisco Kid?
Not in a long time.
The Frisco Kid, he's still pretty. He's pretty. That's like a Han Solo-ish kind of, scoundrel.
Or Indiana Jones.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. Yeah, it's funny when people don't want to get typecast, but most of the time they say that they're getting typecast as probably one of the most popular characters of all time.
Yeah, and look at some of the other folks who have, similar experiences. Look at all the kids from the Harry Potter movies, or even who was the girl from the Hunger Games?
Oh yeah.
So she kind of the one who played the main character, Katniss.
Well, pretty much every late 70s television show almost all of those ended due to people not wanting to be typecast.
Happy like Days, John Ritter and
all those people, they just
Three's Company.
And the only actor that I've seen that is kind of broken his typecast would be Tom Hanks. If you looked at, he started on Bosom Buddies.
Yeah, and then he played people with all sorts of different accents. And
But yeah, I mean, Harrison Ford's, I mean, his solo, his in New Hope, it is pretty good. I mean, you can't. I mean, I don't know if he's going to get an acting award, but you knew who he was making the character be.
Yep, and what I think is fun and interesting about that character back then, and even up until really the Solo movie, you didn't hear a lot of people worrying about his other story, the what didn't show up on the screen. That's why I find it so interesting now with all the Star Wars that we're getting, like for instance the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have enough information about Reva's backstory, or when the Last Jedi, where did Snoke come from? Like,
right.
Why is that a complaint? I mean, we didn't have Uncle Owen's backstory or Grand Moff Tarkin's backstory, and we seem to be okay with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know if it's storytelling has changed, but I think people have, maybe it's because of the age of the internet where you can watch something and then look every little detail up, that no one likes to just ponder on what you don't know.
Yeah, and also there isn't the room for creativity. So in between the original movies, you and I and our friends would play with our toys. We would read the Starlog magazines and fill in the blanks, but we didn't have, like you said, the access to the internet. We didn't have all of this other stuff. Even though we had behind the scenes and the making of, we didn't have it while it was happening.
Right.
We had to wait a while to get access to it.
I still think a lot of the love of Star Wars, not only the timing and the storytelling and I like the vagueness of how certain things, you just didn't have, it wasn't like you didn't have to have an 80s montage at the beginning of Star Wars to tell you everything that happened. It just told you where you were jumping in at. But I also think how the toys were marketed. Again, they were some of the few toys that they didn't recreate stuff that happened on the movie. They had them doing other things.
Yep.
And it gave us permission. It's like, okay, you don't have to, your Han Solo does not have to go, do this, and this,
Yep.
And Han Solo could only hold the pistol. Remember in the toys, he could only hold his pistol because he had that bent arm and the other blasters wouldn't hold.
Yep. And his hand was only so big.
And it would drive me nuts because Chewie could not hold anything but his bowcaster. And that would drive me nuts because in New Hope he never shot his bowcaster. So
yeah, I don't think we saw it fired until the Force Awakens.
I think he fired it on Endor. In the Battle of Endor.
I'd have to.
I think he might have fired it in the Battle of Endor. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to ask Marty on that one. But I mean, that's what made Han Solo and Harrison Ford's portrayal of Han Solo. Like, because I had never seen. I think I saw Harrison Ford as Han Solo, and then the next movie I saw him in was, I think, Force 10 from Navarone, and American Graffiti. I think that was the next two movies I saw him in.
Well, he was in like some soap operas and stuff too.
Yeah, we only watched Days of Our Lives at my house. Okay. At my grandmother, and it was called Your Stories, and nothing happened between whatever time they were on. The world stopped when the stories were on. That's just, But well, yeah, that's what. So, and this comes back to that Star Wars book that I keep pushing about George Lucas and the unauthorized biography. I think Harrison Ford has reinvented his history of who he is. Like, if you listen to him, he was a reluctant actor that was a carpenter that got a job with you.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
none of these guys will ever admit I was just trying to get every acting job possible. You know what I mean? And do it. They'll never
Or
admit
wanting
that.
to be whoever I could.
Yeah, yes. And so I feel like if you got like an unauthorized biography of Harrison Ford, you would probably find the because you know you have some natural talent, but he was an actor looking to act. You know, I mean you know, and now he just flies planes around,
Including at golf courses.
Yeah. Oh man, I remember when that happened.
Do you know he has like a 800-acre ranch in Wyoming or something like this?
I just know like I think he used to be in the Philly area for a while. Like or he
Really?
was from Philly or he was, you know, when he first started out or something. But well, I guess if you have so much money, man, just
He was born in Chicago.
Yeah, but for some reasons he used to be in the Philly area for a while. I don't know how that worked out. But then he played the Amish dude in Witness. And I took John by to see where he filmed his phone booth scene. But John's not awake. He's getting his concert. But, and then, like I thought in Force Awakens was probably one of my favorite Han Solos. Like when he came, I just liked his interaction with Chewie. You know, I felt that was a good interaction with Chewie. I mean, I liked all the Han Solos, but it was just nice to see him back.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw the Force Awakens trailer and he and Chewie run up or come through the door, and then Millennium Falcon and their whole we're home line.
Yeah,
that was one of those heart in your throat kind of moments.
No, I wish they would have saved that for the movie and not put it in there.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think what they were attempting to do was capture that group of the audience, like you and I, who truly appreciated those two characters and were glad to see them back live on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, I just man, that is my great gripe of modern movies though, man. Just hold back on your trailers. Like just make a good movie and trust the people to find it. You know.
Actually, that speaking of trailers, I think it would be a fun episode for the three of us to do a trailer park episode where we spend the whole time showing the trailers from the different things, whether it's the Clone Wars or Rebels, Resistance, all the way up until the most recent Andor trailer. There's bunches and bunches of them. There's got to be dozens of trailers. I mean, how many were there for the Rise of Skywalker? There had to be at least 12.
Well, and you had all the trailers from the first three, and then remember all the trailers they released when they did the
special editions.
Special editions.
Yep.
And then there was the trailers, the really weird trailers that TBS released. Remember TBS?
Oh yeah, when they would do the shows, when they would show
TBS would do like the marathon, because they would do like really weird, like almost, I don't want to say inappropriate, but they would.
It was definitely borderline, that's for sure.
Yeah, they would do some weird trailers, and then I think that there was trailers. Well, was there trailers for the Clone Wars movie, the cartoon?
Oh, I'm sure there was, because that was actually released in theaters. So I'm pretty sure that there were trailers for that.
The holy grail of trailers would be to find the trailers to the Ewok movies.
Oh yeah, that would,
because they were television here, but they were Australia and Canada,
France, I think it was
France. They were Australia and France. They were released as movies.
The first one was. I don't know if the second one was.
Yeah, I think they were both in Australia because I hear Steele talk about them all the time. Because I was listening to one of his episodes, and he was a kid and he watched Return of the Jedi, and it was packed full of people. And then not too terribly long, there was the Ewok movie, and him and his brother went, and he said it was him, his brother, and a couple that were just making out. And he didn't, his little brain didn't understand where did all the people go, So. Yeah, but Yeah, I can't believe Harrison Ford's 80, man. I'm feeling old.
Oh, sorry, I've been MIA.
That's all right. We were talking Harrison Ford, and I told him I took you to see the phone booth he made Witness in.
I think it's funny that the phone booth is still there.
Right?
Yeah. That whole story. That's a weird story because that whole town, and actually where Anthony stays when he comes, he's not far from the one farm, because they filmed it all spread out through like the area, because like I like the Lancaster train station that's in the movie is technically the Parksburg train station, which isn't even in Lancaster County. It's in where I used to live, because it's like half run down and looks like a hillbilly train station. The Lancaster train station looked too modern for them to use it. And I think they had like a Lancaster sheriff and stuff. Lancaster doesn't even have sheriffs. We just have state police.
Well, movies don't have to be,
And the town that they filmed most of it in was the town of Intercourse, which I don't even know what town they call it. I haven't seen Witness in forever. But it's just weird because like when they filmed the one with the phone booth, the store was a grocery store. It was a grocery and hardware store, and it was, I would say, like 15% tourists, and the rest were basically Amish. It was an old style grocery store where like upstairs they sold like china and stuff, and it was and
like a department store sort of thing.
It was a grocery store, but upstairs they had dry goods, they called them. So you could get like some plates, and if you need like a shower curtain or stuff, but it was in downtown Intercourse. And when the movie company came to film, they said to the store, how much money do you bring in per day or whatever. They paid them that amount of money to use just the front of the store. They closed off the front of the store, and the Amish could still go in the back and actually shop. And in the one scene, allegedly, according to my mother, a real Amish dude walked out with some of the extras, not knowing, that he wasn't supposed to go out. And that's when I got to meet Harrison Ford. I got let in the back. But then the Amish were going to boycott the store and everything, because it, just because of the portrayal of the Amish in the movie. So.
And the guy who directed that movie, Peter Ware, is the same guy who directed Dead Poets Society.
Oh, really?
And he's from Sydney, Australia.
Huh, that's funny. I just thought it was funny that they had grown Amish people without beards. Because if you don't have a beard as a grown Amishman, there's something usually wrong with you.
Yeah, so, you don't have your superpowers.
That just means, well, yeah, it's just but yeah, it's pretty funny.
Actually, because considering that we have Ark and E-Girl on here, I'm wondering what other Harrison Ford movies they've seen other than Star Wars.
Yeah,
because you said you've seen Witness, you've seen The Fugitive,
Force 10 from Navarone,
Blade Runner. I hope. Please tell me
Blade Runner. Frisco Kid. Have you seen The Frisco Kid?
I've seen The Frisco Kid. Yeah.
John, have you seen The Frisco Kid? That's a good one.
No, my Harrison Ford filmography is surprisingly short.
What?
I still would argue that he's basically Han Solo and almost there. He's either Han Solo or Indiana Jones, pretty much in every movie.
Yeah. Well, with that said, please tell me you've seen the Indiana Jones movies, John.
Yeah, of course. Love Indiana Jones.
Sure.
Like
actually just watched The Last Crusade last night.
Like his acting scale is Han Solo on one side, Indiana Jones on the other side, and all of his others are somewhere in between. He's, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think there's that third tier, and that's just Harrison Ford. Is he playing more Harrison Ford, Han Solo, or Indiana Jones? It's
probably
kind of like somewhere in the...
Probably it's just a giant circle Harrison Ford, and this is grumpy, happy. You know what I mean? So,
did you see him in Devil's Advocate?
Yeah, but wait a minute, Devil's Advocate. Devil's Advocate, is that the one?
Or no, sorry, The Devil's Own. That's one with Brad Pitt.
Wait, no, I don't. Well, I probably did, but I don't remember it.
How about Cowboys and Aliens? Did you see that one?
I saw that one, but he was like that was a
he was like Han Solo in that one.
That was a prelude to Old Man Han. You know.
And that was done, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was done by Jon Favreau.
It was. Yeah, because that came out right. Yeah, Favreau has a weird filmography, and then I've been watching Orville, and he's an executive producer of Orville.
Is he really?
Yeah. So I feel like if you go back to Jon Favreau's filmography, he's been working towards the job he has at Lucasfilm since he started, and he put it in plain sight, and we just didn't see it. Because if you watch when he was a guest star on Friends, they talk about his stormtrooper armor.
Really?
Yes.
I do not recall that.
Yes, you have to, because Chandler and Joey want to put on his stormtrooper armor or something like that. I don't know if they ever show it, but they talk about it.
Oh, see, now you've just planted the seed for a whole other episode.
There you go.
And it's the Jon Favreau fever episode.
No, but I mean, think about, so he did that, and he did the Marvel stuff, which the Iron Man, and even like Jungle Book and all that stuff. He started doing like the George Lucas. Okay, what can the technology do, and let's make it do even more.
Yeah.
Like again, the Iron Man, like it blew you away. I mean, because if you look at even the best superhero movie, depending on who you talk to, could be in many movies. The Iron Man movie, there were certain parts of that you're like, that is just straight out of the comic book.
Yeah, there were some really great shots, almost like a comic book cell.
But I mean, even the story, like comic book people always used to complain, well, look, why didn't they just use this story? And if you, with just some slight modern tweaks, they took the origin of Iron Man and basically did exactly what the comic book did. I mean, they did some modern tweaks so it was in modern time, and but
cell phones and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it just and then, like I said, like you said, there were scenes of Iron Man flying that you could literally just take a cell, put it on a comic book, and done.
One of the funniest things from that first Iron Man, if you watch it, there's a scene where he gets out of a red car. You can see the reflection of the boom mic in the hood of the car.
Oh, really? Now I have to check that out.
As a boom mic operator, I'm really sensitive to that sort of stuff.
As the official boom mic operator of not only this show, but what is it? Han Solo Chronicles? I feel like we need some more Han Solo Chronicles. Speaking of Harrison Ford, it just makes me think of us filming the Han Solo Chronicles, and I feel like it's been too long.
Have we spoken to Matt and gotten a third date yet?
I have not, and I have to get on that. It feels like the last 3 weeks I've been pulled in every single direction other than what I should be concentrating on, and that's Star Wars stuff. So
at least you got your priorities set.
Yeah, it's not good. And my wife was working in her classroom, which I don't understand. I mean, I'm glad she loves her job, but man, it's summer. She's looking forward to back to school shopping. I'm like, what?
You know, right? Never mind.
No. She has like 15 students, so she makes sure she has a lot of students that don't have stuff, so she makes sure they have all the stuff they need.
Yeah,
that's how my wife rolls. So, but she's like, oh, I want to set this up in my classroom and set up this. And I was like, oh man. So, but I have to get on it and buy my interior. I want the back interior of the Falcon because I decided my desk is going to look like the Falcon. So when I'm sitting at my desk, it'll be the back of the cockpit of the Falcon.
That's a lot of lights.
No, I'm just going to buy one of the tapestries. I'm just going to buy the tapestry and put it behind me. And then I think that thing I made for Matt with the 3 levers for the hyperdrive, I'm just going to cut them down and make it like a name plaque on the front of my desk. So I'll have the three hyperdrive or 4 hyperdrive.
What are you going to hang the dice from?
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe I just
I'm sure your ceiling is that the panel ceiling.
Oh yeah, I just put like a
fishing line hanging.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just build the whole cockpit and I'll get in it when the kids are trying to talk to me. I just can't hear you driving the Falcon.
Sorry, making the jump.
Yeah. I was behind an electric Mustang today too.
I've been seeing a lot of them.
It's not bad. I mean, it's like they took a Tesla and stuck some Mustang emblems on it.
Yeah, that's
the interior. Yeah, the interior is ugly. Yeah. But see, I owned a Mustang too. Like I owned a 1978 Mustang too, and you'll never get as much garbage as in a Mustang 2.
I thought Mustangs were cool to look at, but I've never been interested in owning one.
Yeah, I'm not a Mustang person either.
I'm a Camaro guy. I think we all established that.
Yeah, Camaro and Corvette, right?
Yep.
See, I'm more of a Falcon guy. And speaking of which, John, walk us through this email that you received from Magic Jump.
Oh yeah.
So I I emailed their what do you call it? Their info line that they have.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they forwarded me to Elizabeth.
Okay.
To which I basically copy pasted my original email and just sent it that way.
Okay.
But also radio silence on that end. My email, I've just been getting a lot of advertisements recently.
They're like, well, hey, it's some lady that gets like thousands of emails, and they're like, okay, he must want to buy one. So, what do you think? What do you think a Kickstarter would cost to start our own inflatable company?
Oh,
that just has the Falcon. We could do east. We could do central, east, and west. So John could run the western branch. You could run the eastern branch. And I'll do. And we need to raise $30,000 to get 3 Falcons.
No, we have to raise more than that because we got to get the accessories for 3,000.
Yeah.
I'm not going to buy sand from them, but
I'd like you to ship me 50 pounds of sand
because I live 20 minutes from the Jersey Shore. I can just go, in this clandestine operation and just steal sand from the beach.
Are you allowed to take sand from the beach?
No,
no.
I've taken sand from the beach.
I mean, I can always just send my buddy back to Tunisia.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you get your Tunisia. I have some Death Valley sand.
Ken, you need a sand hookup, or Tatooine sand hookup, I should say.
Yeah, I've got Ocean City, I've got Atlantic City, I've got Ventnor.
None of which are Tatooine.
Yeah. See, I'm not a fan of sand.
No. That's we go to the beach. We go to the beach one day, and that's about as much as I can take it. These people that stay at the beach for a week, that makes no sense to me.
See, I've become an awful vacationer.
Yeah.
For me, when I go on vacation, I want to do stuff like all the time. Like I don't want to sit down and read a book or lie in the sun. I literally and figuratively want to go until I collapse. And the rest of my family's like, no, we want to go and just be mellow.
Dude, that's me and Zoe at Celebration. Like, honestly, like I feel bad when I met with Anthony that day because I know I probably look like shit because we were going like 48 hours straight, man. We were just like, okay, well, and Marty and Dan we stayed with, we only saw them a couple hours the whole week because they're like, okay, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, we got to be in here, and then we just go and
Yeah, I am. Unless you're willing to do that with me, I'm not fun to vacation with. I mean, so a few years ago, we went to Washington, D.C., and this is back when the boys were much younger. And I lived in Washington, D.C. while I was in grad school. So I was used to, getting on the metro, going here, walking up the escalator, going to all these places, walking to this other place. And I can remember we had walked from the Capitol down to the Lincoln Memorial, and I wanted to see a couple other things on the way back. And Heather stopped in the middle of the street. She has, she's holding onto the hands of both kids, and she says, "Are you inhuman? We need to get a taxi, and we need to go back to the hotel." But I was just ready to walk 6 blocks this way to get a picture with the statue of Einstein, and then to go back over to the Vietnam Memorial. And yeah, they were exhausted.
Well, I think Disney has ruined my ideas of vacations. Because that to me is like the perfect balance of vacation. Because growing up, I always hated going on vacation, and then you're like broke for the next 3 weeks, because you live large. Where I like Disney because everything's paid for up front. Other than I mean, I know they don't have the meal plan anymore, but the times we went, other than tips, we didn't spend any money. Like it was just like we just chilled, Now, if I know when I go to Galaxy's Edge, I'll probably spend way more money than I need to spend, but
way she goes.
That's the way it is. Marcus is down there now.
Yeah, I'm jealous of all the pictures he keeps posting.
Oh, I haven't seen any recent ones. Does he put more up?
He gave me a link, like a drive link to a whole bunch of pictures he can Galaxy's Edge. So I'm excited because when I went to Harry Potter Land the first time, I took like 600 pictures and didn't even realize. And I'm not even a giant Harry Potter fan, but it was just like every nook and cranny was like Harry Potter. I was like, what? The ATM machine is Gringotts Bank? I was like, taking a picture, So
yeah.
See, I'm not a vacation guy. I was explaining this to my boss today because I took a vacation day tomorrow because we get a week every year, and I told him like, yeah, I'm taking a vacation day tomorrow, blah blah blah, just giving you a reminder. He's like, how do you even have vacation days left still? I'm like, because I take one day at a time.
Well, can 55-year-old me recommend 20-something-year-old you try to become a vacation guy? Only because I didn't discover it till I was older, and I wished I would have given it a chance. Like because I wasn't either. And then you're like, oh, this is fun. This would have been more fun if I was 27 or 28. I mean, I don't know if Ken can relate.
Oh, I would totally agree, and I would even consider, because you say you take 1 or 2 days here and there, do stuff around you that you normally wouldn't do.
Yeah,
because we live 20 miles from the New Jersey shore. The Atlantic Ocean is right there. We're 45 minutes from Philadelphia, 2 or 3 hours to New York City, 2 or 3 hours to Washington, D.C. There's all of these things so close to us where we don't need to go for a whole week.
Yeah, but I would recommend, like, Missy basically had to force me to go to Disney for the first time, and I could kick myself that I didn't go 20 years before.
Mm-hmm.
Just because like all that time I didn't go, I don't have anything to show for it. Like I was like, oh, like they didn't call me up at work and say, hey, you did such a good job by not taking vacation. Here's an extra, widget or something. I don't know. I would highly recommend travel before you have kids, or you don't know what's going to happen in life, because there's so much cool stuff, man. Like Ken said, like there's that television museum in New York City, right? That has a bunch of Star Wars stuff in it. It's like a nondescript, like.
Yeah, I think it's the Museum of the Moving Picture.
Yeah, because Zoe and Missy went up to that, and it's in a nondescript place in New York.
See, I just need to move out closer to y'all because there's more stuff to do within a closer proximity. Because I'm just in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
where it's like, cool. If I want to go to New York, it's an 8-hour drive.
See, yeah.
It's called the Museum of the Moving Image, and it's in Queens.
Yeah, because Missy, I don't know if you guys have ever listened to the Wookiee Gunner podcast. It's now the Geeky Bubble. Jonah Marie Macias. I don't know if you ever listened to her stuff, but she's been a podcaster for over a decade, and she's just such a good person. And she her and Zoe have become friends over the years. She's like a mentor to Zoe, and she used to live in, I believe she lived in Queens, and they just went there one day to visit and hang out and stuff. But yeah, I would recommend travel though. I know Ohio, but you got has to be something in Cleveland, right? Or how far is Chicago? You go visit George Lucas. See when he's staying in Chicago.
Chicago is actually further than it is to get to you.
Oh really?
It's 8.5 hours to get to Chicago.
I'm like it's like my students when I tell them I live in Pennsylvania. If they know anyone in Pennsylvania, they're like, "Oh, you must know my friend." No, Pennsylvania's pretty big.
Yep.
We say out here we have. we say out here we have nowhere to go, and then you, like Ken said, you start thinking about all the stuff. Like we have all the Revolutionary War battlefields, Gettysburg.
How far are you from Cleveland?
About an hour, but there's not a whole lot that goes down in Cleveland that's worth the hour drive.
Not even the Christmas Story Museum?
Oh God, I hate the Christmas Story.
I think that's a generational thing, Ken.
No,
have you ever been to the Field of Giant Corn Cobs?
You mean the one that's literally a block away from me?
In Dublin, Ohio?
I don't think I've been to the cornfield in Dublin.
No,
I've seen cornfields in Dublin.
It's the Field of Giant Corn Cobs, not just corn.
Oh.
Or what about Big Muskie's Bucket in McConnellsville, Ohio?
Wait, where's the X-Wing? Isn't there an X-Wing out in Ohio somewhere?
That's 15 minutes from me. I pass it every time I go visit my friend out in Kent.
Yeah, see, that's what you gotta do is just start posting that thing up.
Yeah.
With your Corvette.
Yeah. Or just start. I mean, so you have a Kylo Ren costume. You have a tripod that you said. You could just start taking pictures of yourself in random places dressed as Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
So there's a who'd you call it? There's a state park literally in my backyard that I thought about going to take pictures, like it's on Takodana.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
So, but the problem is I need to figure out someone I can take pictures of me.
Yeah. You got it. Well, maybe once you get in the garrison, once you get in, there'll be people that will want to do photo shoots and stuff. Because I know occasionally we get photo shoots going on here. Don't you? You have an armor party coming up, don't you, Ken? In Jersey?
It's this weekend. And then we're also doing a Mandalorian photo shoot later. I believe it's in August.
Oh yeah, where are you doing that at?
They haven't picked it yet.
They did a photo shoot years ago at somewhere on the Jersey Shore where there's old like battlements.
Yeah, it's down in Wildwood.
Yeah,
and they just recently, I think it was Karita that did, or maybe it was the Northeast Remnant. They did some photographs in southeastern Pennsylvania near Philly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably Karita. They did. There's now the battlements from near Cape May in Maryland. Yep. What I forget.
What Maryland. Okay.
No, but I forget. I don't know. They're open now. It's like a park. They have the towers. The watch towers, and then they have the big battlements that they put the cannons in are open now for public.
How far are you from Mansfield, John?
Not horribly far.
Because you could go see Electro. He's in Mansfield.
Who's Electro?
He's the robot of Mansfield.
Oh.
What? Or the world's largest basket? That's in Newark.
The world's largest basket.
I've seen the world's largest basket.
You don't like it? It's not that big.
It's
but
big.
Kylo Ren's seen the world's largest basket.
Yes.
Even if you just put on the tunic and the helmet, you wouldn't even need the whole costume.
Yeah. See, I thought about doing a series of funny Kylo Ren pictures.
Yeah.
Like Kylo Ren on a Sunday, and it's just me in my robe with my bathrobe and a t-shirt, but just wear the hood and the cowl.
Of course. That's the kind of stuff we need more of from Ohio.
Now, how far are you from Dayton?
Dayton's about 4 hours.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say Tim O'Sullivan's up there. That's the guy who builds animatronic Grogu. And he's building an animatronic ET right now. So if you go on Tim O'Sullivan on Facebook, you can see all his builds.
How about Euclid? Are you anywhere near Euclid, Ohio?
I think Euclid's about 2.5, 3 hours.
That's where the Polka Hall of Fame is.
Polka? Like the dance polka?
Like the dance polka.
Oh, nice.
See, the Pro Football Hall of Fame's only like 20 minutes from me.
Oh, and you say there's nothing to do in Ohio.
There's not. There's only so many times you can see the same football helmets and jerseys.
But has Kylo Ren been to the Football Hall of Fame?
That's a good point, but I'm sure they'd throw me out.
Not necessarily.
It's a mask. You can say, look, it's my religious covering.
You just bring it in a backpack.
Yeah.
And you just put it on for a couple pictures and put it away. It's not like you're going to be walking through the door wearing it.
Aren't I already worried about wrinkles holding me back right
That's
now?
true. Yeah. Maybe make sure you're in first before you expose
Wrinkles can be steamed or ironed out. It's not like you have to, cover up print lines or.
That's true.
Resize your armor plates.
I picture John's tote for Kylo Ren is going to be like the size of a coffin, and he's going to keep it on a mannequin. And so when he goes to a troop, he'll open it up and it'll just pull out, and so it doesn't have any wrinkles.
Well, so in between his feet, we'll have a steamer. He'll have a portable steamer with him, just so
it'll open up and it'll just steam will come out.
I bought a portable steamer actually.
Yeah, did it work?
No, I've been steaming it every other day, and we've got like a really high ceiling in our basement, so I'm able to just hang it up, and not have to worry about it. Again, I've been steaming this every day, and there's one on the front of the surcoat that I cannot get out. And I'm about to email the guy and be like, "Can I iron this material?"
Yeah. Fun times, right?
Who'd have
thought? So now we just went through the geography of Ohio, which I think we started talking about Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
And
well, we started talking about the roadside attractions that are in Ohio that John hasn't seen yet.
That's true. You can make everything Star Wars. You just need to go to all those signs where it says "Welcome to this town" and just have a picture of you as Kylo pointing to it, and it should just be like,
Or you take so what I sometimes do. I haven't done it as much recently, but take a handful of action figures with you. And take like I sent you the glamour shot of Jar Jar Binks.
Mm-hmm.
So Heather went out fishing one night and asked if I wanted to go, and I said sure. I didn't want to fish, but I just wanted to spend time with her. So while she's fishing, I'm over in the weeds taking pictures of Jar Jar Binks next to this lake near us.
That's just an odd story that your wife is fishing and you're playing with action figures. That's like
it's every nerd's wet dream.
Yeah.
Well, I almost fell in, so that would count as.
Then you get in trouble. Won't be able to ride home in the car. Well, I'm just hoping you're approved by December's Steel City.
Is there going to be one in December?
I'm sure. There's always one in December.
Even if he's not approved, though, he can still go.
Oh, yeah. I know, but it'd be it's
more exciting
there. As much as sometimes we poo-poo and we say it doesn't matter, it kind of does matter. Like, it is kind of neat to be part of a group, like as an adult.
Well, as long as you're part of a group that has fun as the group.
Yeah. But I'm saying even I think of even the downside to the group I'm in. Overall, I have way more happy thoughts than I do angry thoughts. It's done more positive than good. And I also know that I'm a stubborn enough person that I can outlive and outstay the people that are making it miserable. So because I see the younger people like John and Zoe and Safi and Quinn, the younger people are coming up better equipped than some of the people that are doing the stuff now, at least in my opinion. I know it's nice to poo-poo on the younger generations, but I think I see a lot of these kids. Like I listened to Zoe's panel with her and Axel talking about stuff that they have a much bigger insight on the world than I did at 19, 20 years old.
Now, tell me if my aspirations are a little too high. No. But like, is it bad that I already am thinking maybe in a couple years run for a position? Position.
That's what you want. That's exactly what you want. And in a group like that, in any group, you want people that have aspirations because you want the group to, and it doesn't mean that someone's going to come in and change everything. But if the leadership of a group is constantly changing in a good way, if it's just, like almost like everyone's taking their turn, because we all have certain times in life that we can there was a certain point in my life where I could troop every weekend and didn't have anything to worry about. That's not necessarily where I'm at right now in life, but eventually once the girls are I'll probably be trooping more. It's, you know what I mean? And I think that's the nice cycle of stuff.
Well, also, to go back to your original point about having aspirations of being in a leadership role, ask yourself why you want to be in a leadership role. Is it because you want to build more of what you enjoy, or is it that you think that whatever they're doing could be different and or better, or is it that you want to be in this higher position because you want to be important? And so that last one, I would caution you against. But the other ones, oh my goodness, because a lot of these groups want people to be involved, because these groups will disappear. These groups will go extinct if they don't have people who want to do stuff, who want to be involved.
Yeah. I know how like you guys have been to me, and that's kind of how I want to be to other people. So
one of the great things about these groups is there's several different positions that are available in leadership. So for instance, in the Mercs, I was involved in the social media part of our group. Now I just recently got asked to be in a different position, which is kind of sort of like the contact person for conventions and live appearances. So I'm going to be responsible for interacting with the promoters, with the organizers of these events, and making the connections between the events and the New Jersey members, and making connections and events with the leadership team of the other costume clubs. Because I, like you, want to be involved. I, like you, want to do stuff. I don't want to just show up in my costume, take a couple pictures, and then go away. I want to do stuff.
Yeah, because where I'm at least currently, the extent of people that I know in this realm is the three of us, and then the webs that you each bring to the table.
Well, and that's why I think they need new blood sometimes, because I've said this before, we sometimes forget we get siloed in. Like the groups, if we're not careful, I tend to hang out with all people that are in the group, and you forget that people don't even, we're such a niche market that people don't realize how to get in. They look and see us doing stuff, and it's hard, they don't understand how to get in. And exactly like what Ken's saying, you find that. But I also tell people, everyone goes through different ebbs and flows, and you just find when the time's right for you, because there are so many levels of people wanting to pick up the slack. And me, the only time I see when people running the group, when it starts to fall apart, is when they start to think of it as too much work. You can be professional, and it can be hard, and it can take a lot of your time. But if it's feeling like too much work, then you want to maybe either step back or reevaluate why you're doing things.
And if it's feeling like too much work, it might be because you're not involving enough other people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We tend not to ask for help. I'm perfect example of that. We tend not to ask for help because we think it's a sign of weakness sometimes.
Or in some cases, I know in some of these other groups, they also struggle with being offered help.
Yeah.
Because they don't necessarily know how to delegate. They don't know how to communicate their vision. They would just rather do it themselves because they don't have to explain it to anybody.
Yeah.
Their assumption is it's going to take me twice as long to explain it to you than it is to do it myself. So I'm simply going to do it. And so I continue to accumulate all this work to do. And then I get overwhelmed and don't get it all accomplished because these three people said they wanted to help, but I didn't give them the opportunity to.
And the best people that I've seen I've been in since 2007 are the people that don't get in for power. They get in for exactly whatever reason. It could be what you said, or it could just be, hey, someone's just like, look, I just want to be in a group. I'm as and it's the ones that are, like Ken said, the ones that aren't in it for the. If you're in it for power, and you want, because we've had a few in probably all the groups have had them at every level. Someone who's just in it for the power, and it usually ends poorly, and it usually sets the group back for a little while. Because I remember it in the Creed or in 501st, they had some problems with it, and Albin Johnson had to come back in and get elected as our lead again, the founder, to kind of reset the course to get it back on the track. So, but the details of it, and because I think all the groups, if you looked at almost all the charters, I think the Mando Mercs is slightly different because I don't think you guys elect your leader, right? Like he's like leader for life or something. Like the
that
head
part I don't know. Tom Hutchins.
Yeah, I think he's just which is probably smarter for the long term because it's just as long as he's doing a good job. But I think overall the group's relative, other than the droid builders they're like an enigma. I can't because they have no unifying anything, and they all seem to work well. Like they don't have they're just like, hey, we're droid builders in this area, and they don't have any elected leaders of any way, shape, or form.
What I find interesting about them is part of it is because it's not about them.
Right.
It's about these constructions, these contraptions, whereas with costumers, it is look at me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a different, there is a different personality. The other groups are kind of, I think the Mandalorian and the television shows have kind of blurred the lines a little bit between Rebel Legion, Mando Mercs, and the 501st.
Yep.
A little bit. But until then, you could see distinct people and personalities that would gravitate towards the group. But yeah, the droid builders always amaze me because they're just like, hey, and they'll show up in force and like no one's in charge, and they're like, yeah, that seems to work out pretty well for them.
Yep.
And I think overall the groups, like I know at least in our group for the longest time, we had leaders that did all the behind the scenes stuff. But like when we went to conventions, we'd do a convention, we'd have 15 people. There was no schedule. We just everyone pitched in. There was enough people to tear down, enough people to set up. So I think most adults tend to do more than is expected unless you treat them poorly.
Yeah.
But yeah, John, that's an awesome aspiration. And you see what you can do since you're fresh off of it. Once you're in, you talk to the people in a somewhat nice way about the approval process. Because I do think sometimes costumers forget what the first costume was like. They forget how much money and time or money and whatever. You either put in a lot of money or a lot of time, or it's like a sliding rule, like it's either a lot of money over here or a lot of time. But either way, and I think sometimes people that have 3 or 4 costumes that have been in a while, they forget when you submit that first costume what it's like. And I think communication, and Marty says this and a bunch of other people say it, people don't know how to communicate anymore. We live in the time where you can communicate so quickly, and we don't know how to communicate properly.
Well, and we also, with that idea of communication, we also don't necessarily give ourselves space to find out about each other, to connect with each other. It becomes the costume, and the club becomes the focus. And we forget that your name is John and my name is Ken. I mean, there are folks who only know each other by their forum name.
Oh yeah.
Which absolutely baffles me because, okay, I know what my forum name is, but that's only because I created it. I don't know anyone else's forum name unless they tell it to me.
Well, my forum name is funny because my forum name is usually Squig. Because when I used to play paintball, I had longer hair, and when I take my paintball gear off, it had this weird curl that looked like Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley. So the paintball people called me Squig, right? So I just use it as a name, and it's funny because, like you said, people call me Squig, and I'm like, you don't even know what that means. I just use it because I have to put something that I remember as a forum name. So, like, I don't even have enough hair to have squig anymore. I have to have I have to have a comb forward squig. You know, instead of comb over, I'll have a comb forward.
Yeah, and I will say this though. It is very nice to have you guys as the introduction I've had into this realm. So,
well, I'm happy that we can help, because I've tried to do this I've tried to help most people. You know, my first person I really helped get in was Quinn. But the groups, as much as it's easy to complain about, the last couple of years I've had a few things to complain about, but the group itself, on its, all the groups on the purest level, they do so much more than what we give them credit for. And I don't really care about the money part. Like, I know people get tied up, like, hey, we help donate. I could care less how much money we donate to. The group of people I'm with, they get fixated on dollar amounts. You know, how much money was raised at that event. I could care less. But I think of what it means to kids, and Ken said it, and many other people said it. Like, when you go to a library event in some town out in the middle of nowhere, and some of those kids will probably not travel more than 5 miles from where they live, just because of their economic standing in life, and you bring them a beautiful costume that they love getting their picture with, you can't put money on that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I mean, kid wants a picture with a stormtrooper, and they get it. And I think that's what makes the costume so cool. Because we did this one for the old line garrison down in Maryland, no, down in Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, those kids don't get out of that town, and they got to see Chewie, stormtroopers, Sabine, everything. You know.
Yeah, and like at the end of the day, that's yeah, of course we all like getting dressed up as Star Wars characters, but at the end of the day, the biggest reason we do it is for those who don't get to see, the things that we do every day.
Well, and it does focus your costume building. Like, and I know most of us, this charity comes second. Like, I wanted to build a stormtrooper costume way before I heard of charity of this. So I'm not going to lie and say, oh, I just did it for the charity. You know what I mean? Like, right. But it gave me a reason to do it. As an adult, we've been taught you need reasons to do things sometimes, and it's a much easier sell, and it's a much easier sell of not only my money but my time when I'm helping other people. And then the charity has become a bigger part in it. And when I say charity, just like I was saying before, I could care less about how much money I raise.
Right.
It's mainly just, the helping other kids. Like Ken said, with the kid at the skating rink getting his picture taken. Like there's no amount of money that some charity would donate that could help that kid as much as it helped that kid.
Yeah, and I forgot to tell you the part 2 to that story. So, screams at me from across the way, came over and got some pictures, and then got pictures with the other Mandos, and then went on his way. The mom and the 2 kids went on their way. About a half an hour later, maybe an hour later, they came back, and he was so proud because out on the floor found some vendor, the masks that are just the front of the of the costume. He came back with Din Djarin's mask, nice, and wanted another picture with us with his mask on.
Yeah.
He said something to the effect of, "Look at me, I'm now one of you too." Like, and I'm not even there right now, and I'm all goosebumpy because this little guy, made a point to have his mom buy him this mask at a comic book show to come back and get pictures with us.
Well, yeah. So we got 2 things. Oh, here. So we have. This is Ruby's man that works for Ruby's. He was on my. He's putting chats in. He used to come on my TikToks.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder, he'll be he says making a Chewbacca for. Oh, that's cool. I don't know. The Chewbacca's never seemed to go well, but so Ken, here's my question about costumes. This is what I've been thinking. You know those little things you can get implanted where in your armor or something where someone can bump their phone and it takes them to a website.
The little RF thingamajigs.
Yeah, because
NFC tags.
I'm thinking of putting one of those in Zoe's gauntlets.
You could do that, or if you want to do a lower tech version of that, you can get have a QR code made that connects to all of our different social media things.
Well, yeah, I have thought of that.
And just have that taped to the top.
Yeah, I thought of that because I've thought of making a handler shirt. Like I've thought of making like a handler shirt and then putting QR codes. Like, because a lot of times I'm with the Rebel Legion, 501st, Karita, Zoe's podcast, and just put like multiple QR codes on each arm.
Oh yeah, like a sponsor jersey from
just point to
NASCAR.
You know, and point to someone. Hey, you know, here's the QR code.
Well, if that's the case, then you got to make sure that the one that's over your heart is connected to all of Zoe's stuff.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I just make them whole back would be that. You know. Yeah,
no, that's the banner flame. That's different.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's where I think sometimes the groups need to just take a little bit of a breath and pause and remember. I don't know how the Mando Mercs are in your group, but like my group, they are fascinated with how much money they bring in right now. Like if they go to a charity event and a charity event raises $100,000, somehow they want to put that in the mission report. Hey, we helped raise $100,000, and I don't understand that.
Well, I think it comes down to the individuals in those leadership roles. Like, what is their focus? Are they doing it because they want to showboat? Are they doing it because they want to show off? Are they doing it because they want to have that true impact? I mean, we do sometimes raise money during the event. So, for instance, at the one that we did over the weekend, we did a bounty hunt.
Yeah.
So folks can donate money so this weekend we were raising money for the Ronald McDonald House, and the money that they donate, they can have us go out on the con floor and capture whoever it was that they put the bounty on, bring them back to our booth. We put them in the cell. We read them the wanted poster for them, and then they can do one of two things. They can either stay in our cell for 5 minutes and work out the bounty, or they can pay us an additional $5, and we will put the person who put the bounty out on them in the jail cell for 5 minutes. And it's just fun. It's just
well, those things I like. I know with 501st they have weird money handling rules. Like we have to have someone from the charity there handling the money and stuff like that. But I'm still that kind of stuff I don't mind, but I hate when they tag our names with stuff we had nothing to do with. Like my charity comes down to, if I go troop on a Saturday, the charity can be many ways. It could be that kid that just wants a picture with a stormtrooper. It could be my fellow stormtrooper that was having a bad week and now he just gets to hang with another stormtrooper. It could be that charity. It could be charity for me. I could have had a bad week and I just need to be in a costume where people don't see my face and have a good day. You know, like I don't think any of those charities are any less important, at least in my eyes. So that's,
and it goes back to what are you bragging about? Are you bragging about the impact that your effort had, or are you bragging about the effort you made? Because those aren't the same things,
right?
You know, as Loud Hit says, clout chasing.
Now
what I did.
Now here I'll ask you this, Ken. Do you count your troops? Do you know how many troops you've done?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. I assumed you were a non-troop counter, but we have people that keep track. They're like, it's my 76th troop, and I've traveled 1,800 miles. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh,
that seems like
to
you have
take
a lot
that
of time
story
in
and
your hands.
go one step further. I know some individuals who not only count their troops, But what they will often do is at these events, they will be in one costume for a certain amount of time. They will go change into another costume for a certain amount of time, and then change into another. So they'll be in their stormtrooper costume, and then they'll get in their Mandalorian costume, and then they'll get in their Jedi costume. So they get, quote unquote credit for all of those things, even though they didn't interact with a single fan in their costume. They just stood there, wearing their helmet in the corner. They didn't get in a single picture with anyone. They just stood there for the hour, and then check it off the list. I can now say I did my official troop this year as a Mando, and my membership stays active, and my costume doesn't get retired.
Well, we had it's not as bad there for a while. We had costume collectors for a while. Like, it seemed like they were in the big rush to see who could have the most costumes as quickly as possible.
Yep.
And
with the 501st, there's a lot of costumes where it's a change of a couple things, and you can go from being an Imperial officer to a technician or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or change the rank badge and change code cylinders, and now look, I'm a different person. I'm Captain Leopold.
Yeah, that's what they would do. They would be like, I'm a TIE pilot, TIE reserve, deck officer. Blah. I got four costumes, and I've always been, since I've been in, do the costume you want to do. Just with the caveat, if you want to do an obscure character, don't get upset that you're called the wrong name. Like, the Mando mercs are slightly different because they're custom, but in the 501st, there's such a wide variety, and there's some EU characters that almost, like Darth Revan is a perfect example. Darth Revan has a wonderful following in the gaming community, but when you go out in public, especially when Force Awakens came out, they were getting called Kylo Ren,
or even Boba Fett for that matter.
Yeah. And people get upset, so.
I always giggle. I truly giggle when I hear people get called the wrong name. I mean, they call me Mando just because my kit is it looks Beskar.
Yeah, you've got an all silver kit.
Yeah, but yours is that's the best story ever, because basically, if you would have walked around in Chicago, like they would have probably looked to who are we going to fire that knew this suit was coming out.
Exactly. And what's really funny is you can go back. I think I joined the Mercs forum in 2011.
Yeah.
And so I've been talking about doing this shiny Mando for years and not having either the funds to do it or the resources to do it or the know-how to do it. And then all of a sudden the Force Awakens come out, and you got Captain Phasma, and then a few years later you've got Din Djarin, and shiny Mando became the popular thing, because for a long time, when I was tell people what I wanted to do, they say, you can't do a Mando like that. I said, what do you mean I can't do a Mando? It has to be battle damaged. You need weathering. That's not what I want to make, though. That's not the cost. That's why I wanted to be involved in the Merc, so I could have that personal.
Not every Mando has to be shot up. He could just be really good.
Yeah, the CRL only says the weathering has to be uniform across all the costume.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if there's no weathering,
soft parts don't have any weathering, my armor doesn't have. It's a win-win.
Yeah, see, with the multiple costumes thing, and going back to that, like, you only have to tweak a certain few things. Like, I want to do a fair amount of the Kylo costumes, and it's literally just like a change of the tunic, the cape. That's really it. The pants, the shirt stays the same for the most part. Yeah, actually, I can't think of anything else that the boots,
the helmet,
the spats, and the helmet are really the only things that. Well, the helmet changes.
Yeah.
So yeah, the majority of the undersuit, if you will, stays the same. It's just that overcoat and the cape and the helmet obviously are the ones that change.
Now, you know what? If you printed that helmet with all the cracks in it,
Mm-hmm.
If you printed that in translucent red filament and then painted it, and then you could put LEDs inside the helmet, just turn it on, and you would have the glowing cracks.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
be hard to see though, don't you think?
Well, you could put a thing around your eyes. You know what I mean?
What can I say?
There you go. See, you know what though, John, because you're the inspiring filmmaker now, and you've worked on Matt's thing. You should think of a fan. If you said you have a place that looks like Takadani, just get a friend with a camera, man, and make a short.
He makes shorts. They're called TikToks.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm saying like make you know, because I can't keep waiting for Matt in this film. You know,
I'd get on him, but he loves you and Marty, so
I don't know how. I still to this day don't know how I got in that loop. Like I don't. I don't know how.
Mysterious. Don't question it.
No, but I mean, because I remember somehow he did Zoe's show, and then literally a couple months later, I'm like trying to get stormtroopers together, and I don't know how I went from. I don't know if I was like half asleep or something. I was like, oh sure, I'll do it.
Did you get
maybe your blood sugar was low or something?
Well, yes and no. I mean, you know, I think I got in through Dan. I think because Dan, I don't know. I lose track. It's just, you know, because there for a while, like I would say up to a couple years ago, I didn't even have my real name on social media. I didn't really do much, and then I just started, you know. So, but yeah, I don't know how I got in on that, but I mean, and now we just get more stormtroopers, and we get more. I want to see this scene. I want to see the rebel scene that he's working on, you know, with the rebel base. That's what, you know, and I got to buy a bigger rebel suit or lose about 40 pounds for my rebel pilot. Yeah, I know, man. Get your rebel pilot gear going.
So if at all possible, I have created a look for a character.
Nice.
That if Matt will allow it, I would love to do it.
I'm telling you, Matt's one of those people that's better to ask, like
for forgiveness.
Forgiveness, right? Just bring it. You know, like I wish some of the guys would have just showed up. Like when we had people for that shoot that were like, well, I wanted to do a Twi'lek. I just wish they would have showed up because he would have shot it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the funny thing is, I had my Mando kit in the car the whole time that first shooting day.
Because that's the only, like, if I was really in charge of the filming we were doing, there would have been a way different look for the one set of stormtroopers. They would have looked more like, you know, a ragtag team of pirates,
like having brown boots.
Yeah, they would have had the cowboy boots, you know. But I'm saying,
the
like,
wrong knees.
I just had a slightly different picture for that, you know.
Yeah. See, the big thing though that I need is I need a tattoo cover up that can actually work. Because the picture I think of any movie where you've got like a chop shop garage, where you just got a guy who's got a shirt tied around his waist with a tank top on. That's what I'm thinking.
But all you got to do is just get like a spandex, somewhat body colored, because especially, you know, just wear that, or just make what you do is you have that look, but you have an old long john shirt under, and it'd be ripped and tattered.
Yeah, and you can get them now in you can get them in beige and khaki.
Yeah, because it would also look like an underflight suit. It would give someone would be like, "What? There's an undersuit to that." You know what I mean? Like it would be like an underflight suit.
Well, let's think about this. They had Aqualish and Mon Calas wearing sweaters in the Mandalorian, so it wouldn't be any less extreme to see someone in a long john kind of shirt.
Right. See, I kind of wanted to steal Ken's idea of doing like the half prosthetic arm with the Scomp on it, because I think I have the file. I do, because I bought the files for Echo. Ken.
Dude, I could cast you a droid arm. You could just throw the whole droid arm on from how big? You don't got like super giant big muscles or anything, do you? I think it would fit.
Are you kidding me? I think Safi has bigger muscles than I do.
No, but I might even have some scrap ones. I have to look through my scrap bin.
We were going to use some of those scraps because when Matt was talking about the next set, we were going to have almost like a vendor's market.
Yeah, well, I know, but I'm saying I have a giant tote of just droid scraps, like just from when I'm molding and stuff like that. You know, when we first started learning to mold, man, we did some real shit. You know, so
which is great for background stuff.
It is. It's just not great for my wallet. There's because one person's scrap is that same person's $45 worth of stuff. You know, people are like, oh well. I remember one guy when I was making stuff. He's like, well, could you just send me all your miscasts? And I was like, I can charge you for them. He's like, no, I thought you'd give them to me. I was like,
local pickup only.
I actually kind of like the protocol droid arm better now that I.
Well, because what's nice, I made. If you look, let me see if I made a Mando arm. Let me see, and someone offered me a lot of money for it, and I sold it. Like I just made it, and then someone was like, "Hey, do you have?" I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, we'll send you this much money." I was like, "Yeah, sure thing." Let me see if I was like, okay, because it was
my PayPal account. Send me that money.
Yeah, they were like, you know. Yeah, I take way too many pictures. Oh, photos of me. I always love this. There we go.
Yeah,
do you have a name for your character, John?
I do not. I'm horrible with names.
Yeah. Johnny McJohn face, like Bodie McBoat face.
Yeah, I'm excited to finally have a date. I hope he doesn't wait too long and then it starts to get cold again.
I know. Well, I hope he doesn't, like, honestly, for me, like, school September is like killer for me, and I hope it's not like, oh, sometime in September, because that's like everything. I gotta. If it's, and I don't want him to go into November again. I hate those days where it's like, oh, is it going to be winter or summer today?
Well, that's what we had back in March.
Yeah, like, I know.
Oh, it's going to be 65 degrees. Wow. Oh, this is piercing wind.
Yeah, it's 65 degrees in the sun where there's no wind, but anywhere else it's 35 degrees. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just that's. With him, I have to, which I do have to call him, because with him, I just want to keep him on track with.
I think the three of us should make some Resistance themed pirates.
Yeah. Why?
The ones from, I mean, when I say Resistance, from the animated show.
Those to me were some good pirates. We gotta find anyone that had like an officer's uniform that doesn't use anymore. Find that person that had like major weight loss and their officer's jacket doesn't fit them anymore. Make that like a thing.
Lance Cray your name or John's name?
No, it should have something. It should have something with Corvette in it, like something vet or something.
It would be awfully fitting, wouldn't it?
Well, it could be Corvette.
Yeah, there you go.
Like your first name is Corv, Corv with a K, and your last name is
silent X. Put a silent X in there. Just spell it like George Lucas spelled everything. 6 X's in a row.
Yeah,
it's Kashyyyk.
Why are there 3 wives?
And an apostrophe in a random spot.
Yeah.
Or a lot of the Mandalorian names have apostrophes in them.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys know? Okay, so I just found this out for the first time like 3 days ago. Do you know what Ahmed Best's cameo character's name was?
Yes.
No. Ken, by all means.
Wasn't it Ahmed Best or something along those lines?
Yes. It was Ahmed. I think it's MEDBEST. Or yeah, it's just Ahmed Best with a random K in the middle.
See, that's the best way. So you just throw John with some extra K's in there.
Right.
Z's. I'm still digging through pictures looking for my arm, and then I realized I just came up on all these Tuscan Raiders, and that makes me want to work on Tuscan Raider again.
Did you ever finish the cycler rifle?
No, but I just that's sitting on my workbench to remind me to work on that next. Because I was like, you know what, I'm just going to cut four more stocks, and then I was like, oh, because that goes through blades, but yeah, I got to do that. I have to. Zoe's going to the beach in a couple weeks, and she needs a good cell phone holder for her phone for the map.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the old Volkswagens don't have a single flat surface anywhere on them. You know, not the old ones, but the 98. So I'm going to a junkyard tomorrow. I'm going to buy a whole new dash panel, drill it out, and mount a thing to hold her cell phone. So then when she goes on trips, we just swap out the whole dash. So
that sounds
like a lot of work.
No, it's not actually. It's actually like it's 4 little screws. Then a whole front piece comes right off, and then I'll just drill it and put the.
Can General Motors take a page out of Volkswagen's book? Because ripping because I've got a 92 Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
And ripping that dash pad off, you could take half the car apart.
Well, it's just the centerpiece. To take the rest of the dash off, man, Volkswagen's like, well, if it needs 2 screws, I got to put 6 in. So that thing, you don't want to, you know.
Is the windshield not flat enough that you can't get one of the suction cup ones?
It's bowed, and the problem is it sticks way out, and so it wouldn't be close enough. It would be like her dash is long because it's rounded, you know. And then
why don't you do anything suction cup mounted to the windshield or anything like that?
Again, it's the way it's bowed up. It bows out so much it would be so far away or so close. And then I looked at the ones that hang from your rear view mirror, but in Pennsylvania you're not allowed to have anything hanging from your rear view mirror.
So you're telling me that I could have gotten pulled over and gotten a ticket for driving for 6 hours with dice on my mirror?
Probably. I was pulled over for foamy dice. I had big foamy dice on my car. They won't pull you over for that anymore, but under the vehicle code, you're not supposed to have anything hanging from your rearview mirror.
I know I've said it before, and I'll say it again just for my own sake. I hate your state so much.
What, Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they're weird, man. It's weird because like your brakes don't have to work; they just have to have a certain thickness of brake pad to pass inspection. Like you could have a hydraulic leak, you could have a mushy pedal, it still passes as long as the brake pads are a certain thickness. You know,
I don't understand that.
Well, Ken lives where you can't pump gas.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, as much as I bitch about Ohio, there's got
to be weird laws in Ohio too.
None that I've found. The worst one, and I know it's worse in both of your states, is you can't have more than 50% tint on your front windows.
Yeah, they have crazy tint, but they don't really enforce tint like here, where you Pennsylvania has really, really strict tint laws, but I see cars that are like jet black.
Yeah.
You know, and so they don't enforce tint.
Yeah, I'm also paying $200 to get my windows tinted on Friday. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm just happy I cleaned my car. I just took my whole interior out and cleaned my car, so my car's been somewhat detailed. So,
from what I've been told, that it's illegal to ride on top of a taxi cab in certain parts of Ohio.
There you go.
It's also illegal to have an ice cream cone in your back pocket in Ohio.
Okay.
Can you ride in the back of a pickup truck in Ohio?
I think legally no, but it's not enforced.
Yeah, that's how
I know we've done it.
Pennsylvania, you're not. When I was a kid, you could ride, but now you can't. When the seatbelt laws hit, you weren't allowed to ride in the back of a pickup truck anymore.
Yeah, I don't know how it is where you guys are at, but I know the closest you can get to that is if anything past the front 2 seats, if you're over 18, you don't have to be buckled in a seatbelt.
Oh, you don't have to have a seatbelt when you're over 18?
Not in the back seats.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what the rule. They change the rules off and on. I don't. I just wear my seatbelt. I went through one windshield, and that was enough to make me go through.
Oh.
So
did you pull a Lucas? Like what the heck?
No, man, I wrecked my bug when I was like 19. My face, the rear view mirror hit me here, and they had to stitch my nose up with 30 some stitches, and then it caught me here and caught me here when I came back in the car and landed in the passenger seat. And it was funny because it happened on a Thursday. I had classes on a Friday, and in my Calc 3 class, you weren't allowed to miss class. He told us at the beginning of the semester, if you're allowed to miss one class if someone dies. And so I went to class the next day with 2 black eyes. I couldn't walk. Like Missy had to walk me to class. He's like, "Oh, it looks like you had some trouble yesterday." And just,
thanks for your concern, sir.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be here if you weren't a dickhead.
Yeah. So the fun times of and it didn't make me any smarter. But
Loud Hits is sharing lots of random.
I know, right?
There was one where would you even consider it fishing? Anyway, you can't hunt whales on Sundays.
No.
Well, I know in Cleveland you're not allowed to hunt mice without a license.
What?
Yeah, that's fun.
You need a mouse license for real? I don't think we're allowed. Yeah. That's weird.
I did hear the no arrests on Sundays of the 4th of July. I've heard that one before.
Oh, that's funny.
God, I just want to move to Batu. I feel like the laws are so much simpler.
I'm telling you, that's. I was thinking about that, like retirement. I was like, imagine if I retired and just moved to Florida and just drove or worked at Batu or something. Just and then if I went senile, just tell me that this is a real planet.
Right?
Just I'm fine with that.
See, but you can't move to Florida because you have to get to Ohio first.
Dude, I'm
Ohio.
Not I put too much effort in this basement, man. They're going to bury me in this basement. I'm just telling you right now.
Ohio is Florida's waiting room. That is a real thing. I swear to God, that is what everyone in this state says because everyone moves to Florida after Ohio.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting to see like where my kids wind up because if Zoe could wind up in California, Georgia, or England, depending on how her career goes.
Safi's gonna go wherever the lizards are.
Yeah, probably. Well, see, with Safi, because she is just as much of a love of Star Wars. She's just not vocal with it. But when her and Zoe collaborate on things, they do really cool stuff. And so I'm trying to get her to do more collaboration with Zoe because Safi's an awesome writer. Zoe's an awesome writer too, but Safi has a different take on things than Zoe, just a different view. And I'd love to see them just work together to do whatever kind of stuff, preferably Star Wars.
Well, they could become like the Duffer Brothers, except they'd be the Hinton sisters.
Yeah, well, that's what I've told them that, but if I need something, especially for Zoe, but even Safi to do or try something, I usually just ask Sal to tell them and they'll listen. So I have to go around. If Sal says it, then, oh, hey, Sal said I should. I'm like, okay.
What is Safi in school for?
She graphic arts and computer games and stuff.
That checks.
So she does. That's her. She does the I've been trying to get her to do some animations for me. She got some award in high school for one of her animations. She does really cool animation.
Just tell Sal that he needs it for you.
I know.
Well,
tell
Sal that she needs to do a rambling Star Wars fan for me for my next podcast.
Oh, well, yeah, I have the music. Wait. Didn't we have the music for that?
Well, you did a chorus for it.
Oh yeah, I did the chorus. Yeah.
I don't remember what happened to that file, but
I'm sure it's on my computer upstairs. Is like every IT person's nightmare. It's just 1,000 files sitting on my desktop.
Oh, stop it! Please tell me you're joking.
It's not as bad. Like I cleaned it up. I usually clean it up, but lately because I haven't been using that computer enough. Like normally I do all my work on my desktop and then I put it in. I have like external hard drives and all that. But right now there's probably at least 50 files on the desktop, which drive me nuts. because like my work computer, I have one folder, and I just keep everything in that. And this computer, I just put like if we're working on something, I'll throw it on there. But I don't really. I try to keep my desktop as clean as possible.
Yeah, like my personal like this computer, I've got all my like Steam games and stuff saved to the desktop. That way, they're easily accessible.
Mm-hmm.
But like my work computer, no, there is 5 total things. I've got my Chrome extension, my login, and then I've got 3 Excel files that I use.
Yeah.
And that's it. And I refuse to have anything else on there.
Yeah. Well, see, this computer down here, I got to be careful because I have 2 desktops because I have the dual monitor. So if I'm not careful, I wind up having too much stuff sitting on there. But
right now, I just have lots of screenshots to do my backgrounds.
Oh, yeah.
So, plus I've got a folder filled with different post-imperial ideas and weapons and stuff
Of your
for my next custom kit. Yeah,
your next custom kit.
Did
Now,
you
what
get
are
your
you gonna
shoulder
do?
belts, by the way?
I got the ones from Mike. Yeah, I still haven't decided if I want to go matching pair or different bells.
I think you should put LEDs up. You should put LEDs underneath, like give ground effects to them. You know, so you look like
Underglow?
So I look like I'm hovering, or at least my
Yes.
shoulders are hovering.
Did you guys get the post on Facebook that I sent in the group chat?
Probably not.
Because I don't remember if I actually hit send on that.
Here you go.
Yeah,
Here's
the Mando's builder thing.
Yeah,
for the gauntlets.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
You should do that.
Here we go. There's 1994. My store. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I was looking at pictures.
Did you buy the black end tables?
Which ones?
The black end tables?
No, they're sitting in my garage trying to sell them.
Oh.
What's it say? Oh, they still available. Yes.
I hate that so much. I hate when people don't have the time to type up a message.
I know. No, I hate when you when you list something for forever, for almost practically free, and then people want to haggle. I went $5 for 2 tables. Come pick them up. And the only reason I put a price on them is because some people think it's something weird when you try to give it to them for free. I'm just like, I just want them out of my garage.
Right. Yeah, you had a fire sale, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
You were just handing stuff out.
Hey, it got my garage pretty well cleaned out. I'm trying to. I'm still
on the hunt for that Mando arm.
I'm looking for this arm, and I can't. I got way too many pictures.
Didn't you post a picture of it on TikTok?
I thought I did, but my TikTok's acting weird right now, and I'm not.
I finally got I don't know if I would say removed from my follow ban, but I haven't been able to follow anyone for like 6 weeks. It's because my phone's jailbroken.
Oh,
and they don't like that. So
yeah.
But like it's like
I don't even think I know what that means. What do you mean it's jailbroken?
So with Apple, there are certain restrictions to what you can and cannot customize. And
John has to be that rebel. He's a rebel.
Exactly. So like the worst part is like I haven't even renewed it because every 7 days you have to redo it. And it's usually
like way too much work.
Yeah, it is. But like I haven't done it in a while. And it's funny, it wasn't a problem for the 9 months that I would keep up on it, but for the last like 2 months that I haven't, they're like, you can't follow anyone because we detected suspicious activity on your device. It's like, all right, cool.
Yeah, that seems like too much work for me. I like my life and my Star Wars and everything to be very simple. And when you say you have to update something every couple of months, I'm like, oh, I can't do it.
So at the very beginning of our conversation today, Mike, you said there wasn't much news to talk about, but we have someone asking about Jedi Survivor.
Oh yeah, what? So I missed that. So is that a game?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a sequel to the Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, okay. I've never finished Jedi Fallen Orders. Do I lose my Star Wars cred?
Wait, you started it?
Yeah. That's
what
the one with Cal
Kestis.
Cal Kestis? Yeah. I play it on Xbox. I honestly got frustrated with fighting the biker scout on the train.
Hold on. You got into you didn't even make it past the prologue.
No, I just kind of like I was like this is just not fun for me. So I
Two words. You ready? Story mode.
Yes.
Okay.
Just play the game in story mode, because then it's like you move the joystick and you automatically defeat all the enemies.
Yeah. Everyone that I know that plays games makes fun of me because they're like, why did you play on anything other than easy or story mode? It's like, because I got this to enjoy it, not because I wanted a challenge. Life is challenging enough.
Now, what do you play yours on?
I play on either. So I played Jedi Fallen Order on PC, PS4, and PS5.
Oh, okay.
So
is there really a difference between the three?
No, it's so the PS5 I wanted to play it in native 4K. The PS4 was the first thing I got it for. And then I played it for the PC to see how it was with the keyboard and mouse.
Is the 4K noticeably different? Noticeably better? It is.
Compared to the 720p screen that I was playing on, my 32-inch 720p TV versus my 65-inch 4K TV, there was quite a difference.
Okay.
Now, if I would have just at the time plugged my if I would have had the TV and plugged my PS4 into it, yeah, I'm sure it would have looked fine. But at that point, I'd already upgraded my PlayStation.
So one of the challenges for me with that game specifically is it's hard for me to play the game and truly appreciate the story.
Yeah.
Because I'm so concerned about doing the next thing that I'm not necessarily witnessing and taking all of the story elements in.
Yeah.
So what I've done afterwards, after I think I beat it twice, I went and somebody put together a YouTube video of all of the cutscenes as one movie, and I watched that.
Mm.
And it was interesting to watch it that way, because it makes the game so much deeper. It gives you the opportunity to really put the parts together, because the other part for me when it comes to playing some of these games, so I'll start doing a mission, especially some of these open world kind of things. I'll start doing a mission and then I'll wander over in a corner somewhere looking at some of the random things that they have hidden in that particular board, like the junk shops and all that kind of stuff. Like, oh, what's over here in this corner? Are there ideas for props?
Oh yeah.
I caught myself doing that a lot, and still doing that with the new Lego Star Wars game, because it is totally open world, and there is at least 1,200 hours worth of content in that game. So, yeah, I'm officially 70% away from, or 70% completion.
I was going to say you're 70% away from completing it.
Yeah, well, look, there's almost 1,300. They're called Kyber bricks.
Mm-hmm.
Which those are essentially your rewards for finishing a challenge. So there's almost 1,300 different challenges to do.
Oh my goodness.
So I think there's 20 planets, 300 characters, 200 ships.
Oh, this is Lego Star Wars?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I have not played the Lego Star Wars to any me and Zoe played it a couple times.
You're dead to me.
I haven't played. I just when I play video games, it's either one of two times. It's like when I have time in between doing stuff, and then when I start playing it, it makes me want to go do whatever I'm supposed to do. or if the girls are playing, especially when they were younger, they would just sit there and watch me like, okay, hurry up so we can get my turn. So it wasn't overly enjoyable. Like when they were real little, we played together, but now their skill level is a little better, so they're not,
That's just take a back seat, Dad. Come on.
Yeah, they're like, oh, and then they'll just sit there and like, so. But I do have to play the Lego Star Wars a little more.
Yeah, but I still go back. I actually just bought that. I don't know if I told you guys or not, but we had a girl bring in like 200. It was either 200 or 300 strategy guides when I was working at GameStop, and we're like, yeah, sorry, we can't take these, but we know a guy. If you want us to call him real quick, like he buys all that kind of stuff. And when he got there, I'm like, look, man, I can't do I can't buy these directly off her because she was trying to sell them to us. If you buy any of these and you see anything Star Wars, let me know. So he comes back in. He's like, yeah, the only one they had was the original Lego or the complete saga strategy guide. I'm like, that's the one I wanted. I didn't even know it was in there. How much do you want for it? So I gave him $5 for it.
Nice.
So, because GameStop's got a really weird policy is if you try and sell something in the store, the employees aren't allowed to buy it off of you. But the guy had a business. He was, he was friends with my boss, and I asked him like, "Hey, I'm on the clock. Can I buy this in the store?" And he's like, "I don't care."
It's GameStop.
Going back to the Fallen Order thing, have you figured out or thought of who that guy in the back of the tank is?
Snoke. No.
I have no idea. I don't even have a good enough educated guess.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be Mystery Jedi.
Yeah, it'll probably be some new character. I don't think I think they're not going to go so off the wall where it's like, oh, this is insert character name here from this Legends book that came out in 1997, who is only in like 2 chapters of this book.
Yeah.
But I also don't think they're going to go for like a big name like Revan, because I'm sure they've got other things they want to do with that character in a different time period.
I often wonder if Revan is one of those characters that is over that people think. I think a small percentage of the Star Wars fans love Revan. I don't know if he's as big a character as outside of those gaming people. If he's as big a character, it's like Mara Jade. Like if the wrong person got a hold of Lucasfilm at the wrong time, we would have had like all tons of Mara Jade everything, And I don't know if they hold up. Some of those characters hold up as much to the new Star Wars that we're getting.
Yeah, personally, I'm not a fan of the any of the Mara Jade stuff.
No, I don't like Mara Jade either. We have someone that does her in our garrison. She's a wonderful, nice person, but I'm not a Mara Jade fan. Here, I found that I didn't find the picture I was looking for, but I found the picture of one of my early Mando helmets. I'm not 100% proud of the paint job, but it was my first attempt at 3D printing a
That's not bad.
Yeah, I see the print lines and stuff, but that was my first attempt at a Mando helmet. I actually sold it.
Send it back.
I sold it to a guy in Hawaii, actually.
Oh God, with all those print lines.
I know. I only charged him $50 for it, so
that's it.
15?
50.
Oh,
still
15.
Most people
shipping probably costs more than that.
Yeah, to Hawaii, no less.
Yeah, that was pre-COVID. Actually, it took 3 days to get it, believe it or not. Because I was asking 75, and I wound up selling it to him for 50 because of the print lines. When I took the pictures, I was like, I can see the print lines.
It's not a bad helmet. I'm shocked you sold your first attempt.
I sell all my attempts.
Yeah, see,
speaking of Mando, do you think we're going to get Hondo and Naka in Mando?
We have to get Hondo somewhere. Like Hondo is one of those one, And honestly, personally, I would love to see Johnny Depp play Hondo.
I just saw a video on TikTok. Well, because do you know how much they're paying him to return for Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah, I know. It was like some
Too
crazy
much.
amount.
$301 million.
You're lying.
I swear to God. Most of that is probably damages just because they canned him too quickly.
Yeah.
But I saw something where it's like, hey, if Disney's able to bring him back for Jack Sparrow, why not bring him back for Hondo as well? Space Jack Sparrow.
No.
Ken's
See, he's
not
one
fan.
of those. We were talking earlier about how we look at Harrison Ford differently because of the things he's done.
Yeah,
Johnny Depp is one of those actors I look at differently because of the things he's done.
Yeah.
I would be perfectly okay never seeing Johnny Depp in another movie.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's fair.
And I'm not saying he's a bad actor. I'm not even saying he's a bad person. I'm just saying I don't need to see Johnny Depp in something.
See, I'm the same way with Jim Carrey.
I don't need to see. You say Jim Carrey?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, Jim Carrey, Ben Affleck. I'm fine not seeing them in anything else.
Well, I do like Star Wars in the sense that the one thing I do like about Star Wars is, and they're pretty much still that same way. When they take pretty much a no-name person and make them a star, kind of, like I like that part of Star Wars.
Yeah, and the famous people end up being just either minor roles or cameos, which are even minor roles.
Yeah.
Like what's his name that played James Bond?
Daniel Craig.
Yeah. Didn't even know he was in it, really.
Oh, we lost you.
Still can't believe he got a speaking role, no less. Because what was it? Was it the two princes got a cameo in the Last Jedi that ended up being cut?
Yep.
Yeah. Here we go. I found the picture, and then I can return to my.
Oh yeah, because that's the copper helmet you've got behind you, right?
Yeah, that's the copper helmet I have behind me. But this was I put the Mando logo right there. I put oversized pistons that I just printed wrong, and then I put the double flamethrower thing from a Mando gauntlet on the underside of the arm.
Now, how would I guess my question is, how would you strap that?
You don't have to. You slide it on, and it like when Savvy puts her arms on, they slide on, and you put your glove on. Your glove actually holds it up, because it's so. I mean, you're going to crush your hand putting that thing in. Like you got to squeeze your hand, and then basically your wrist holds it up. And then
think what the damage would be on one of those, and let me know.
Yeah, well, look, if I have ones laying around, I'll send it to you. I just gotta look what I have. I just gotta dig out the scrap bin, because what happened is on those, our old mold, what would happen, the piece that holds the piston wouldn't form properly, right? So they were scrapped. So what you can do is you can 3D print that piece, or just put make a makeshift bracket, especially and make it. But for C-3PO, it was a pain. So I redid the mold. I made a whole brand new mold for the forearm, but and I'm probably going to make a second mold, because I'm going to make one with moving. That one doesn't have moving stuff. You actually have to drum one out and make it move yourself.
Right.
I love mold making, but my wallet hates it, so I have to.
Speaking of mold making, how big was that xenomorph at the shop? Is that life size?
Which one?
The xenomorph, the alien.
Oh, that was life size. Yeah, that was life size. Like, so that's in the showroom. You and your wife would get a kick there. It's not far from you. It's in Macungie. It's
Bless you.
Yeah, it's not that far from you for Smooth-On, and their showroom has all that stuff. There's in the front when you walk in the lobby, There's a fire dragon, life-size fire dragon, life-size ice dragon hanging from the ceiling, fighting each other. Gollum is hanging on a chandelier above that, and Dobby is sitting over the door, and the whole floor is lava. It's like you know what I mean? Like the showroom floor. And then they have all that stuff out there. They have a life-size R2-3PO. They have a life-size Boba Fett in there, a life-size Vader.
Wow.
All this stuff. So
that sounds like something that's right up our alley for a day trip.
Yeah, it's a fun trip. I mean, they're not open on Saturdays, but it's a good shop. I never get out of there not spending. Like, we just went and got glue for Zoe's headpiece for Leiku. Yeah, we got the glue and the stuff to glue the stuff to glue to her head.
What do they call them? Leiku for Torgudas?
Like, yeah, I think they do. We got the glue to glue it on her head and the glue to put the crown on, and I got one small box to make kyber crystals, $110.
Good God.
So, you know what I mean? So, like,
oy vey.
So it's not, like because like for the helmets, the resin itself, you need two different kinds of resin to make the helmets. So you're talking $250 for the resin, and depending on the helmet you make, you don't get that many helmets out of $250 for the resin. So, and at the height of the pandemic, me and Marty were going and dropping $600-700 every couple days, like making helmets and stuff. And then their price boosted up a little bit. But it's worth. So I did see something. Remember, Ken, you were talking about covering foam with fiberglass.
Yeah,
they sell this stuff that it's for making like if you had a swimming pool and you wanted giant rocks around your swimming pool. Yep. They sell, it looks like a caulk gun, and it sprays on this stuff in a real thin layer on foam, and then it hardens like solid, like so you can climb on it, but it's really light. And so I was looking at it, and the lady said, "Well, it's like $100 a cartridge or whatever. It looks like a giant caulk gun." I was like, "Well, how much is the caulk gun?" She said, $850. I'm like, oh, I think I'll use fiberglass. So
yeah, never mind. Because the reason I was thinking about making the stock for my cycler rifle out of the foam, A, it's lightweight, and B, it's inexpensive. I can get the 2 sheets of the foam total for like $12 or something crazy.
Yeah.
Glue them together, cut out the shape, and hollow out the place where the barrel would go. But I'm not going to spend $100 on resin to put over the top of the
right. Well, the fiberglass resin, because fiberglass resin isn't cheap right now, but fiberglass resin would be like $40, but you could probably do a couple rifles for that.
Yeah.
And you could you don't have to buy you can use shop towels if you want to for the fiberglass. You just got to be careful. But if you go in there, like, the coolest thing about going into Smooth On is they pretty much have something for everything. And they have so many, like, because every time I go there, because I'm always looking for a better way to do something. And you just got to learn, you just got to learn what's best for the way you make stuff. Like, I don't mind my molds being heavy. Like, some people want really light molds. I'd rather have a heavy mold that'll last me 5, 6, 7 years than make a light mold that I have to be so careful when I'm molding stuff. That's the kind of the key to what you want to do. I want to try to make them slightly lighter than I'm making them now, but I would much rather have a mold that I can pull 20, 30 times before I have to redo it than these guys that make them super thin.
You are the master of mold making, as far as I know.
Now you got Sean, who was at the armor party.
Sean Bradley, you got to see that guy's stuff.
He's like he's like the trained professional, and I'm like the guy who watched YouTube videos.
The guy in his garage.
Yeah, but Sean's stuff is, but I'm getting that. Like my last mold I made with my C-3PO arm, it comes out almost pristine. And the next, I'm making the C-3PO head is the next mold I'm working on. When that one's done, I literally am hoping that when it pops out, you have to do absolutely nothing but get it ready to paint. Like you don't have to fix this or do that. That's my goal. So it's just the learning process. It's why all of us like costuming as much as we love the costumes. Part of that learning is neat too.
Well, for me, it's the combination of the learning and the creative stuff. So, for instance, one of the reasons why I gravitated towards the Mandalorian mercs is that breadth of creativity and uniqueness.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, in my post-Imperial kit, I actually have cutouts around the chest diamond, and on the original Boba Fett chest armor, there were 2 slots that had LED lights behind it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have 2 slots on either side of my chest armor. I'm not going to have LEDs in it because I don't have that skill set. But the cutouts are unique. The cutouts are not in, at least as planned right now. I've never seen those cutouts in any other in this degree in any other Mandalorian kits.
Well, the new Sabine armor has. So Zoe has the. I made her the pro whatever the prologue armor.
Mm-hmm.
The prologue armor on the Ahsoka show has lights in it, here and here, on the side, like right on the chest armor. There's actually lights. Like it has. They're not. It's like a panel, and it's just a glowing light.
Oh, so in the Boba Fett one, it actually had characters.
Yeah, no, this is just because in the cart, I probably don't have a picture of her new armor because she's not approved in that armor, so she can't troop in it. And we didn't tell it.
Now we're back to Mike hunting for pictures.
No, this will be really quick because she was wearing it like.
So you say.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Now, what I will say while Mike's searching for this picture is, I don't know about you guys, but we need a group that is just like background characters, like denizen characters. Like there needs to be, because you've got your like your Tusken Raiders, your Jawas, characters like that. We just need like random like custom OCs that people can be in the the universe, so to speak, but not have like a named character.
Yeah, I wonder if that falls under Dark Empire. Because Dark Empire, they do custom Imperials, but I wonder if they do custom denizens of the Empire as well.
Yeah, because I just think it would be cool, like just have like a bunch of like random people who just like fit the vibe, but don't it doesn't have to be like, TK421, Kylo Ren, and Kenix.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the fun parts about a character like that is, they look like they belong there, and there's no pressure to be screen accurate. No pressure to be this exact, screw and this exact angle of the visor or anything like that. It's just you're a Star Wars.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, we could have a couple of those. I mean, I joked around the one time about being a part of a trio band members. But we could be vendors, we could be space pirates, we could even be just like in Star Wars Resistance, we could be pilots. Or what if we came up with like a swoop bike gang?
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
Like the Cloud Riders, except not the Cloud Riders because that's already taken.
Yeah, here, let me see.
The Tatooine Dust Bowlers. Or the mods.
The mods. The mods would be.
We could be off-screen mods.
You might get some hate on the mods. Yeah. The mods.
Okay.
God forbid you have a Vespa.
Well, that would be even cooler if we could come up with 3 Vespas that we could ride around the convention.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, I'm still leaning towards large props. Like I feel like I'm at that point where the next thing I need to build is a large prop of some kind. I don't care if it's a giant blaster or what. Here, I found the picture. I had to go on Instagram. So this is the animated Sabine. This is a side chest armor. See these two things here?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
On the live action Sabine, these are cut out, and it's like a glowing light behind them on each side. If I picture them together or not. Yeah, like see that?
Gotcha.
See, this is a photo of another person in the Sabine armor, and they have them as well. But
gotcha. Here, let's see if I can do this properly.
My major gripe with all Sabine armor that I see, everyone makes it too large. In the cartoon, it's very slight.
This is what I'm looking to do for my post-imperial kit.
Hang on, turn that on.
See the little
cutouts? Oh yeah.
And this red paper is just to kind of show where the cutouts are.
Mm-hmm.
This is 3mm Sintra.
Yeah.
And then underneath will be another layer of 3mm Sintra. And when you glue them together, they're definitely stronger, and that thickness is about the same thickness as what a 3D printed chest piece would be.
Yeah. Well, that's what I made. That's what Zoe's armor is, all 3mm expanded PVC.
Okay. Yep.
Sintra's for you rich folk. I go with expanded PVC.
Well, it's the same stuff. I just call it Sintra because those in the know, it's like Band-Aids and Kleenex.
Yeah.
It's the generic, not generic, but it's the brand name of that material.
Used to be able to get the expanded PVC in gray and silver.
Really?
And so now I can only find it in black and white. But you used to be able to get it in silver, which was really nice for armor because if it gets scratched, it was okay.
Right.
But now I just get it in black or white.
Wow, I didn't even know it came in those colors. I knew it comes in white, but I didn't know it came in black.
Yeah, because I was looking at building my my Sand Trooper backpack. The radio, I wanted to build that from scratch, and that's what I was going to build it out of.
Oh,
because cool. I don't like the looks of the vacuum formed Sand Trooper backpacks. They just I mean, they look nice, but it seems like they just lose some of the detail. Where I could layer all the radio pieces and it would look,
Gotcha.
But I don't know. That's one of my million. I got to get Vader done. Vader's on the top of the heap right now. Well, for my costumes, because like the Sand Trooper, I can get that. I think I can get that approved without a backpack. I just have to look. I don't know what. I think there's a Sand Trooper without a backpack, but who knows? Just sending someone over to my YouTube here.
I am curious to see the other Mandalorians that are going to be on screen for both the Ahsoka show and Mandalorian season 3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because we saw a lot in Mandalorian season 1, but they were almost all at night and quick. You know what I mean?
Or in the sewer.
Yeah. Yeah. So that will be neat to see. I wonder if the Mando Mercs will get the call that the 501st got. Or do you think
maybe for the events, but not necessarily for the maybe they got the call. Maybe they got the call. We just don't know.
Yeah. But I also wonder if the problem with the custom is with the 501st, they know, look, we can get 20 guys that look like they're all together. With the Mando Mercs, it might be a little harder to get.
Well, I don't know. I mean, with 3D printing, now there's a lot of folks that have made the Death Watch costumes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You could maybe get, like, if they needed Death Watch people. But a lot of that armor, too, I was reading somewhere where a lot of that's digital now. Like, the guys they just put it on the actor, on some of the actors.
Oh, really?
After the fact.
Like they did for Attack of the Clones? Oh, no, they didn't it wasn't even digital armor. It was digital characters completely.
Yeah. but they were saying like they were experimenting with just putting guys in suits. And now I heard that before the Mandalorian season 2 was shot, so they might have did that and it didn't look right and decided, hey, let's just get some 501st guys.
Well, I mean, going back to what you were talking about earlier with Jon Favreau, I mean, that's how they did some of the stuff for, I think it was Iron Man 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Don Cheadle and Robert Downey Jr. weren't always in full costume. Some of that
they hardly ever were.
Yeah.
After the first Iron Man, it was just the chest, really.
Yeah, and the motion capture pajamas.
Yeah.
Which I think that in and of itself would be a funny costume to wear to. I think it might have been Chicago where I saw the guy wearing the motion capture pajamas and the K2SO head sticking out of a backpack.
Yep. Well, and didn't they make a motion capture droid in the droid room of Chicago? I think they had a Gonk droid painted in the motion capture.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
They had a droid painted in the motion capture thing. I remember.
That's funny.
Yeah, there was a K2 at the Anaheim. I always liked them when they did the K2 with the guy in the bright green like bodysuit, like the green out suit.
Someone needs to do Andy Serkis's Snoke.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that video of him and Snoke.
Yep. Where it's just the head of Snoke, and he's in the motion capture suit.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just curious, like, because like the droid builders and the 501st have now been in Star Wars multiple times. I just wonder if the other groups will get in.
Well, I mean, we have podcasters that are getting in.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're still waiting for John, Dave, and or Kathleen Kennedy to give us a call. I mean, they're listening, so they.
Well, that's what I have Corey's shirt on. This is Corey was in it. He's from I forget
Rex
his
Around.
But he's friends with the Rex Around guys. He was in that one. This was a shirt from when he did Zoe's show.
Okay.
They used to make fun of him for wearing Crocs. So I copied this picture I made this picture based on that Millennium Falcon one where the Falcon's flying. So I just had the 2 pair of Crocs flying. And then it says don't get crocky. The line from
don't get cocky.
Yeah, and then it's just
going back to Han Solo,
the Corey story. So,
yeah. Speaking of shirts, I got a bunch of new shirts today from an order from Hot Topic.
Uh-oh.
So I got
they don't let us old guys in.
What online order. So it's the Return of the Jedi Special Edition poster.
Oh, nice.
It's black and green tie dye. But the main reason I bought it is because of the
nice
logo on the back.
Nice.
But the funny thing is, this is a women's T-shirt. But here's the kicker: it's a boyfriend cut shirt, so it's a men's shirt.
You tell yourself what you have to tell yourself, John.
No, it's not him telling us. It's Hot Topic telling all of its buyers that. That's just so weird. And going back to what you had said a couple episodes ago about how Zoe felt weird having to buy boys' T-shirts.
Oh yeah.
So now she can buy a girls' T-shirt, which is really a boys' T-shirt in the girls section.
Yep.
Yeah, because I saw that because I had a couple coupons, and I'm like, well, I need new shirts anyway. So and they were having it was like a 30% off T-shirt sale. So I'm like, well, this all stacks. Let's get a couple new shirts.
That's awesome. I'm wearing the shirt that Heather got me for Father's Day.
Nice. That's a good Father's Day shirt too.
That really is. Let me see if I can't reach the other two.
I sometimes think I need to take all my T-shirts and throw them out and just start over because I have so many. Like I just
Well, can I give you a T-shirt project?
What's that?
You should take all of your T-shirts, cut the fronts out in the same size, and bring it to someone who can make a quilt out of them.
Oh yeah. Well, my favorite shirt, like I have some good shirts, but that's a nice one.
Oh, that's a nice one.
But I'm like tired of black T-shirts. Not to knock John's, but I mean for myself personally, I like all my 501st shirts are black. all my Star Wars shirts are black, and so like I'm like constantly on the look for anything that's not black, just to even out my, you know.
Well, John's is green and black, so
I do like that
don't
green and
don't
black.
jab him too hard over there.
Oh, I wear almost exclusively black, including this one. This is actually probably one of my favorite shirts that I have now.
What is that?
So
That
it's Vader's mask with Obi-Wan in the eye.
Now I see it. Now as soon as you said that, I see it now. Yeah, that's cool. I do like that shirt. That one has to be black. That's a good one.
Is that a boyfriend cut?
No, these are men's shirts for some reason. But I also got 2 pairs of socks as well. I got glow in the dark. Apparently, I only recently found that out. But they're the crawl, except for it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
Oh, of course they put these stickers on where you can't see the design. Then I got some Boba Tea socks.
Nice.
Nice.
Well, so Stance makes nice Star Wars socks, but you can find them at Ross Dress for Less sometime. And those Stance socks like hug your feet, man. They're beautiful socks.
I think the funniest part about a lot of the Stance socks is they don't match.
Yeah, I know.
Like I have 2 pair. One is Luke and a Tauntaun, and then the other pair I have is Finn and Poe.
That's funny.
Oh, I think I might have one that's Han and Boba.
Well, we went to the Stance Star Wars Force Awakens party with Wired Magazine, and then you got like free socks and free gift bags and all that kind of stuff.
What? When? How did this happen?
That was when the Force Awakens came out.
So 2015?
Yeah, so right the month before they sent Zoe. This is the one where I told you they sent her a iPad as an invite.
You didn't tell us this.
Oh, he's told me this a couple times.
Yeah, they sent us an invite. Let me see. I don't know if you're able to really see it.
Nope, just your belly.
I know. Well, that's just for you. That's just bonus. Yeah, they sent this box to Zoe, which is very dusty, and it had, can't really see it, but it had some logos on it, you know, and it had 2 pairs of socks in it, and it came with this thing here, right? And it came with an iPad. That's what this spot held a brand new iPad. It gives you directions here. You set this holocron on the iPad. You hit play. Obi-Wan came on the holocron as he looked like a hologram and invited you to the Stance party at Freedom Tower in New York City.
See, it's that kind of stuff that I want the co-pilots of this podcast to be involved in. I mean, I watch, as silly as this may sound, I do watch some YouTube channels and stuff like that, and they're often talking about going to, you know, this press event or that thingamajig because they were invited. I mean, this is the Inflatable Falcon that we're talking about here, and John, I know you're listening. Dave, you can put the popcorn down for just a moment and invite us to some of these things, or connect us with the folks who are running these kind of events, and we're more than happy to show up.
I think we need more TikTok followers to get the invites now. That's who they're inviting now. We got to get those numbers up.
Well, the 2 of you are the TikTokers. You're the TikTokers duo. I don't have a TikTok yet.
We need the combined strength of all 3 of us, though, Ken.
Yeah. Because I'm still trying to break like 160, you know, and I'm like floating in my mid 150s right now.
I'm still trying to break 7,000. I've been so stagnant for so long.
So, but yeah, no, so Marty and I went to that party because Zoe couldn't go because it was open bar, and it was on a Tuesday night. So, you know, she was in school. I mean, I had to work, but you know, they were fine. The kids were fine.
Yeah.
But
just put on a movie.
No, I scheduled a test for that day. So
yeah, even better.
I was like, okay, you guys got to take a test, and but Marty and I went, and it was fun. But it was someone from Wired magazine got to go in the archives and just took, and it was weird because it was a non-Star Wars fan that went into the archives and took all these pictures. So they were kind of like they weren't. It was kind of cool because it wasn't what a Star Wars fan would have picked. Like there was a Vader helmet and some stuff like that, but there was some oddball pictures. Like if I had all the choices of everything in the archives, I probably wouldn't have picked, because he had a limited amount of picture time. I'll have to find that the magazine's floating around here somewhere. But they had them all displayed. It was the whole 20-something floor of Freedom Tower. Like the whole floor was just display, free food, free booze, and swag bag stuff. And
I'm sure all of that was lost on you.
Huh?
I said, I'm sure all of that was lost on you.
Well,
I couldn't eat most of the food. You don't drink.
I couldn't eat any of the food, and I couldn't drink. So they
didn't have vegan cocktails.
No, and I was driving, right? So, but it was funny because when we got there, and most of the people that were there could give two shits about Star Wars, right? They were just like Wired magazine people, and so Marty and I were like looking at the pictures, and we were just talking to ourselves, like, oh yeah, I forget what the helmet was, but that's whatever movie's Vader helmet, because you look at the lenses, and we were going back and forth. And then people started like gathering around like we knew what the hell we were talking about, And then there was a chef from one of the cooking networks, which I didn't know, but Marty knew who he was. And so because we were the only ones, like I had a Star Wars shirt on, Marty had a Star Wars. We thought it was going to be all Star Wars shit, and it was a bunch of hipsters that probably just got free drinks on a Tuesday night,
So this was not a black tie event?
No. It was, well, I had like a dress shirt, like a Star Wars dress shirt on. I think I'm with the Hot Topic, and I was like, I need an old man shirt.
That's what they got box lunch now for.
Yeah, well, they didn't have box lunch back then. Is box lunch Hot Topic?
Yeah, it's same banner.
There was a lot at Celebration. We were going to go in the box lunch. There was a line the entire time at Celebration. Like you had to wait like 45 minutes to get to the counter. I was like, I'm not. I'll just wait till I get home and go to box lunch in the mall. So.
Yeah. Did you guys see they put up all the exclusives for sale?
Oh, Celebration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that on the Celebration store. Yeah,
I was very close to buying the mug.
I purposely stayed away from it because I was like, I don't need more. I keep telling myself I don't need more stuff. Because yesterday,
it's funny because I say that, and then I see all the Hasbro toy releases like that. Did you see the Bounty Hunter, the black Boba Fett?
No.
Don't even get me started on that figure. I'm so irritated with Hasbro right now.
Well, it's Prime Day today and yesterday, so like all these pops are really cheap. Like you can get really like Din Djarin without his helmet and bunch like really inexpensive. And Missy was showing them to me. I was like, I can't buy any more pops. Don't show me any more pops. So.
Yeah, I'm very grateful that I need to buy a car right now. So,
what car are you buying? Oh, winter car.
Yeah, I need something with 4 wheels and a motor. Well, so, I am taking your advice though. I am very seriously trying to hunt down a halfway decent Chevy Uplander.
There you go.
That, or I'm gonna end up buying an express van and gutting the thing.
There you go, and then just make it your make your road squadron. Have your room for all your totes. You'll be the most popular. Next Celebration, they'll be like, we will pay you X amount of dollars to drive our stuff to Florida, and you'll wind up paying for your whole trip,
right?
No, guys used to pay $100 to take their tote. You get 10 guys paying you to take their tote because they don't want to put their tote on an airplane.
Right.
And if you have the time to drive it and take it down there, and your car doesn't burst into flames or anything, that's always good.
That's a good point. Yeah,
because I'm not putting a big tote on the plane. I know a lot of guys do it. I just, I don't want to be that statistic of you get your tote, and because I see these pictures of like the wheels have been smashed in through the tote and stuff like that.
Well, or like my buddy who's in Tunisia right now, when he got to Tunisia, his luggage was long gone. United totally lost his luggage, and he had an extra change of clothes in his carry-on. But he lost some pipe tobacco, his entire wardrobe, chargers. I forget what else he had in his bag. But because he texted me and he was like, "Yeah, man, it's going pretty good. I don't have any clothes." But
I mean, they lost Qui-Gon's wig for the Phantom Menace, so
true.
Yeah, there you go.
Tunisia loses stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, he spent all of his extra money getting clothes while he was over there. Well, he's still over there, but
what's he doing in Tunisia? Like, what is?
It's a missions trip, so he's teaching English as a second language. So that's what his degree is in, as far as I know, actually.
Oh, okay. I was just curious, like, what would be a reason to go to Tunisia other than Star Wars? But now I feel bad.
Hey, that's the only reason I would go. But yeah, I made sure to because like I've known he's going since like December, and anytime I talk to him or his Tunisia trip got brought up, like, hey, are you by chance going back to either Mos Eisley or the Lars Homestead? Because I could use a couple more jars of sand.
Yeah, especially now after. Well, tell them to dig for lightsabers. Apparently, they just bury lightsabers out there too.
Right.
Well, the bone pieces are supposedly still out there.
Oh yeah. They left the what was that? What was that dinosaur originally from?
It was originally from a Disney movie.
Was it really?
Yep.
Was it the time that was it the? I don't know. I thought there was one. I thought it was the one from oh, what do you call it? The one with Land of Time Forgot. Is that it?
No, it actually. This is gonna sound funny, but the name of the movie was actually One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing.
Okay.
That's the name of the movie. And the dinosaur, the skeleton, was of I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this right, Diplodocus or Diplodocus, and that was from the late 70s.
Well, it's better known as the Crate Dragon,
and for me, it's one of those random connections between Star Wars and Disney that has been there since the beginning, and a lot of fun, because not everyone is deeply nerd like as we are to know some of those details.
Right, but then when people find it out, I always laugh when people find it out that never knew that, and they get like it's something no one else knew,
like the stormtrooper bumping his head and
yeah, did you know this? And like, yes.
Or when they go the next step and say, oh, and that's probably why Tamora Morrison bumped his head in Attack of the Clones.
That is actually why.
You think?
No, that's a real thing. Lucas added that as just kind of a nod to the one stormtrooper who bumped his head.
That's funny.
And to me, that scene is just a wonderful example of way back then of movie making, that they just recorded as much as they could and used whatever they had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of the few special editions that were added to the movie when they add the sound effect of him bumping his head. It's one of those things where it's like everyone complains about the special editions, but that's the one that either goes unnoticed or that nobody complains about because it's fine.
Well, what's really, really funny just about the special editions and people complaining about it, like, what exactly are you complaining about?
Yeah.
Because even if we look at the, they say that they're true Star Wars fans because they want the original version played. The original version was played from a mono oral mix. So it was created for theaters that only had one speaker in the whole room. And over time, George advanced the theater setup and the sound setup to where now it's stereo sound and surround sound and all that kind of stuff. Why would you want to go back to that? Why would you want to go back to that mono oral mix and these other scenes not being in there? Like, what are you really complaining about? I don't understand.
Well, and the I remember when he made certain theaters you had to have a good sound system. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, what was that? Was that Dolby?
No, THX.
THX, yeah. And that
THX.
made such a big difference, man. That made such a big difference the first time you saw in that.
And fast forward to the prequels, not only did they make it so that they had to have the sound system, they also had to have the digital projectors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have never had anybody explain to me accurately or clearly what it is that they really want, other than they want what they don't have, or they want what they're not given, which is always a wacky idea to me.
Yeah. Speaking of which, though, I think it's funny that. So I don't know if either of you saw it, but Screen Rant had an article that they were talking about the new Light and Magic documentary that's coming out.
Yeah. I didn't see the article though.
The article was I shit you not. The title was first usage of original Star Wars scenes used in X amount of years. Because they're talking about because they have clips of Star Wars from 1977 that were the unmodified in the trailer for Light and Magic.
Mm-hmm.
That they wrote an entire article about it. It's like, yeah, cool. It's the first time you've seen it in HD, but it's literally just an X-wing coming down across the screen. That's it. I don't understand the like. Yes,
I'll have to read the article.
I do go back and I'll watch the despecialized editions every now and again. That oh my god, what's his name? I cannot remember his name now. But yeah, I'll go back.
Guy?
Topher Grace, that's who it is. But I'll go back and I'll watch the despecialized editions every now and again. But like, it's not something I go out of my way to do. It's just like, oh yeah, that's right. I have these burned to a DVD. Yeah, let's watch them.
Well, for me, it's like somebody after the prequel trilogy came out, somebody went back and as a exercise in movie making or exercise in editing, modified the prequels to take out many of the Jar Jar Binks bits.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the conversation about trade routes and some of the political stuff, or even just recently with the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, they took the 5 hours or so of the show and whittled it down to a 2.5 hour movie. And while I think it's creative and it's neat to see, that's just one person's vision of this stuff. Like, and what's the ultimate goal for this? What's the ultimate purpose for doing it? If it's just being creative, sure. But if it's being done from the point of view, see, I'm a much better filmmaker, I'm a much better editor than these knuckleheads that work at Disney or that work at Lucasfilm, then I'm not sure if I would support that idea.
Yeah, I agree.
See, I will say this though. Going the opposite direction, if you haven't already, you should watch the 4.5 hour long cut of Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, is that where they connect the animated stuff in there as well?
Yeah, it's got some of the original deleted scenes in there, the Clone Wars micro series and the Siege of Mandalore all cut together, and it flows fantastically. Like, I was surprised at how well it works. So
yeah, well, sometimes I think those cuts are not made for people that have watched everything.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense, yeah, like it's more for the people that want to be caught up. Because I go back and forth with, like, I think, like Ken said, and it depends on why you do the cut. If you do it for the love of it, but like when they were cutting out Jar Jar and stuff like that, I think that's the same reason why you have someone who, like Ahmad Best, who had so much trouble when people were specifically targeting his character and not seeing the big picture of Star Wars. If someone, I like it when they put in deleted. Like, I wish you could see some of the stuff with deleted scenes and stuff. But when they're attacking a specific character or a specific way the movie was cut, because I also think the success of the movie doesn't necessarily mean everyone's going to like every part of it. But it has to be successful to move forward. Like if people were that critical of New Hope that they are today, I don't know how far Star Wars would have went.
Right.
Like
I don't think it would have gone anywhere past that first movie.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you go back and get the newspaper clippings and the magazine articles where they reviewed A New Hope, some of them were celebrating the creativity of it and the freshness of it, and even not the style, but the focus, because movies in those times were gritty street things, and it was talking about doom and gloom, whereas you got this movie that's built on hope.
Yeah.
But in terms of the filmmaking, I don't think it would have lasted if it had the level of criticism and the ferocity of the voices that we have today.
Right. Yeah, here, look. Here, I found this. This is the when we went to New York for Wired magazine. Oh, we were on the 34th floor. Sorry.
Well, you've lost me.
I know, right? Same my Star Wars shirt and more hair. Much younger looking Marty. And there's the building we were in right there.
Wow. Oh, that's cool.
I like the shirt though. That is a nice shirt.
I still have that shirt. It's like my only really good Star Wars shirt I have. But yeah, I mean, the fan edits and stuff, like the Obi-Wan Kenobi. I saw that. I haven't watched the 2-hour cut because I was like, I don't know what I would really cut out. Like, what did they cut out to make it 2.5 hours? And
it's a lot of filler like stuff. Like the one thing that they're parading around is the remember the hallway scene from episode 4 where he busts out the glass while they're underwater.
Right.
There's a couple of those shots that it kind of
tightened up.
Yeah, it speeds it up a little bit, but there's not a lot of that in the show that you can cut. Like, you're cutting out story bits at that point.
Yeah, and like I took some of those long shots that felt long. I took some of those as showing Kenobi slowly moving back to where he was supposed to be. Like I felt like that's you were kind of it felt long, but I think it was supposed to show like he had to move from that basically husk of a Jedi to where he ended when he was throwing rocks at Vader with the Force.
Mm-hmm. Also, speaking of which, I saw a very good meme today where it was Vader on the Death Star, and he was a presence I haven't felt since. And then it was a picture of Obi-Wan on Mustafar. It's over Anakin. I have the high ground. And then the next panel was, no, wait, it was, that's when he threw the high ground at me.
Yeah.
Wait, the Death Star is all flat. I got you now, Obi-Wan. Yeah, there was no high ground on the Death Star. But yeah, the only fan edits that I do like, though, just kind of wrapping that up, are the Revenge of the Sith 4.5 hour long cut.
Yeah.
And I do like the despecialized editions because it's a nice look into, you know, what we have now versus what we had, or what I shouldn't say what was put out back in 77, 80, and 83.
Well, I think that's a wonderful example of the differences between the edits. So the despecialized version, you could make that claim of, we want to be able to show what was originally seen.
Yeah.
So from that historic perspective, from that origin story perspective, which is different than the fan edit that removes Jar Jar because somebody doesn't like the character, or somebody does the fan edit where they quote unquote take, awkward scenes out. So they're awkward from your perspective, but not necessarily from the maker's perspective.
Right. Or any other person. I mean, other people too. The despecialization is weird because they were changing that movie from the first time it showed in the theaters. You know what I mean? There's and then like the pod race, do you in the Phantom Menace, do you cut the pod race was shorter in the original one, I believe, than it is on the DVD or the Blu-ray.
Yeah, and they even had, as filmmaking progressed, there was I think some IMAX versions of it too.
Yep. And then they fixed the Yoda. They fixed the like
the Phantom Menace Yoda, the puppet versus
Phantom Menace Yoda. And I'm glad they fixed that because that Yoda was kind of creepy, Yeah. I mean,
and to me, once again, I apologize if I'm beating a dead tauntaun. It's what's the intention behind the edits? What's the message you're trying to say by creating this thing? If you're saying that I'm doing this just to see if I can do it, just to see what's possible, that's one thing. It's another thing to say, I'm going to do this because I think my version is better than. Or that the makers were wrong in what they put together, or I'm doing this because I didn't like such and such aspect of the movie, and so I'm making this edit because I want the movie that I want.
Well, and then like that Star Wars CD-ROM that came out in the 90s. Remember that had the cutscenes in it? It had like him looking at the binocular at the space battle. It had the Anchorhead, or was it Anchorhead? No, the
Tashi Station.
It had a couple of those scenes, and I've seen guys put all those in. It had his Biggs talking to Biggs, which to me, like when I first saw Star Wars, and I had the comic book, the adaptation. When I was a kid, I got confused what I saw on the screen and what I read in the comic book.
Yeah, and then throw the radio dramas in there, and it's even more confusing. Or the novelizations. And so that's why sometimes I find it funny when folks talk about all of these things. So I've heard people talk about the sequel trilogy from the perspective of it had different directors and they didn't have a quote unquote plan. And that's why the sequel trilogy wasn't as well received as the original trilogy. But if you go back to the beginning, they didn't really have a true plan then either.
Right.
I mean, George had how many scripts for the first movie before the one that showed up on screen?
Yeah, George had a story treatment. That's it. There was no definitive word for word plan for all three movies for the original trilogy.
Yep.
I think another thing that a lot of, I don't want to say casual fans, but not us. What a lot of people don't understand is George Lucas didn't direct all of the first 6 Star Wars movies. He only did A New Hope and then 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think a lot of the behind the scenes excuses people use for why they don't like the sequel trilogy are kind of mirrored in the same aspect of what happened in the original trilogy.
Yeah. Well, and even the prequels, like I think I used to get irritated with the prequel haters because they always started with Jar Jar. Like it was just like that was the go-to way to hate him. You know, like they just, oh well, what about Jar Jar? I'm like, you know, what about Jar Jar? I like Jar Jar.
Or Jake Lloyd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I must have had a better group of people because I at least didn't have anyone that hated Jake Lloyd, or at least I didn't listen to him after they said they hated Jar Jar. I usually just was like, maybe I just didn't listen to him anymore. But
and my go-to when people bring up Jar Jar, it's like he was one character of thousands that made it on screen.
mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't look at something. It's like playing Where's Waldo. You can't look at one character and make a judgment on an entire 7 hours, 8 hours of film.
Well, and I don't know if Qui-Gon would be the same without Jar Jar,
mm-hmm.
because Qui-Gon showed that compassion for an inferior life form, you know, as Obi-Wan called him.
That brings up the whole idea is that there's more to it than just a character. There's more to it than just one small portion of any of these movies. They are, part of a much bigger narrative. And where we are right now is exciting and creative because there's so much possibility for the narratives. I mean, right now they're filling in gaps between other movies that are connecting stories that we know with characters that we haven't met yet, and they're also potentially planting seeds for future stories that haven't been created yet. I mean, people talk about Obi-Wan Kenobi as, it's a show that nobody asked for and we never needed. And it didn't advance the story any. I'm like, it may not have advanced the big story, but it advanced many of the stories that we, or not necessarily advanced them, it filled them in. It made them more complete, made them more whole. And it helped us understand things in a different perspective than what we had seen up until this point.
Yeah, there was a fairly large YouTube critic, if you will. I was listening to his review of Obi-Wan, and he had made a comment that it took me by surprise. He said something along the lines of, I'm tired of seeing shows and movies take place in the era, in the rise of the Empire. We're getting too much content in this series or in this time period. And I thought back to, God, even 10 years ago, where it was like the big question on everyone's mind, other than what happens after Return of the Jedi, was what happened in the 19 years between episode 3 and 4.
Yep.
And really, if you think about it, we only have Rogue One, Rebels, Obi-Wan, and soon to be Andor. What else on screen has taken place? And Solo, I guess.
Solo.
What else has taken place in that time period?
Well, I think the Andor show is going to be very interesting because they're going to be taking a different approach to the storytelling, and so they're going to, over the course of those 36 episodes, they're going to cover the span of 5 years. I thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there'll be a multi-episode arc for this year and a multi-episode arc for that year. And it is going to be a very interesting approach to filling in those blanks because we haven't had that level of depth and detail of filling in the blanks before, especially at the level of citizen.
Mm-hmm.
We got some stuff around the Empire, we got some stuff around the Jedi, but not necessarily around the normal people. And Star Wars Rebels did it, Han Solo did it, and even to a lesser degree, Obi-Wan Kenobi did it, showing the impacts of your common everyday man and woman in the galaxy under the rule of this evil empire.
Well, and the other thing is, I think when I first heard about the Rebels show, I think I was expecting more of an Andor show. if that makes sense.
Yeah.
When they first announced Rebels, I thought it was saying how they were going to be the beginning of the rebellion, and I pictured more of what I think we're going to get with Andor. Because Rebels became the story of the rebels, that small group of rebels, more, and banding together as a family. And I think, at least for me, I was expecting to see more of the like Andor type stuff.
Well, and Rebels also did more for what happened to some of the clones and the Jedi.
Yeah.
It filled in some of those gaps.
Oh, and the Bad Batch. Can't forget about the Bad Batch. That also technically takes place in that time period.
Well, and I think part of what Lucasfilm is doing a good job of is they have some of those characters that are timeless in not only in recognition, but also they'll be able to use them forever. Like you'll be able to put someone in a Vader suit 100 years from now, and they won't have to worry about, well, does he look like Vader? Do we have to? Yeah, I mean, I know they have the technology now to like just throw someone's face on something, but I don't think they're going to overuse that. But you have Vader and Chewie and some of those characters that can just be used over and over again. And why not use? I mean, if Empire Strikes Back, what everyone says is that maybe up until the prequel or the sequels, everyone said Empire was always the best. Like if just every fan, that was like their go-to Empire, whether they believed it or not. Well, then why wouldn't you set most of your stuff at the height of the Empire?
Right.
I mean,
I'm still a little biased. Revenge of the Sith has always been my favorite.
Right, really? But I'm saying, again, mine fluctuates. I mean, again, if you look at my watch list, I've watched New Hope. I can't even count how many times, but Empire's probably second, but Phantom Menace is probably third of watching the movie the most times. Which surprises me. But when I used to watch them on iTunes all the time when the kids were little and stuff, it would keep track of how many times you watched it. When you
see, I wish how they have some credit cards that have the cash back program.
Yeah.
So you spend a certain amount of money and they give you money back. I wish Disney and Star Wars would have this payback program that after watching things a certain amount of time, you got a royalty, you got paid. And if that was the case, I would be rolling in the dough with the amount of times I've had these things on. And yes, there's a lot of times where I will sit down and do nothing else except watch it.
Yep.
And then there are other times where I will have it on in the background and just listen to the music or listen to the conversations without actually actively watching it.
See, I think Phantom Menace is one of the ones that stops me the most. Like all the other ones are on, and it could just because I've seen them so many times. But Phantom Menace is the one I always catch myself. Like when it's the pod race, I'll sit and watch the pod race. When it's Obi-Wan fighting, at the end when he's in the Naboo fighter and he blows up the thing, like that's the part that like excites me when I see, like I love that when he blew up the ship, when Anakin blew up the ship. I like it when the underdog, and it's the same with Marvel movies, it's the same with all Star Wars movies. There's certain things like I just saw the new Thor and I think back of the first Thor. My favorite part of the first Thor is when he's laying on the ground and the hammer comes back to him. Like that shot still excites me, Well,
for me with the Phantom Menace, one of the things that stops me in my tracks with it is just the fact of how crisp and clear and over the top of bonkers it is with the visuals. I mean, you have, people, as much as people want to bash Jar Jar, I think they miss the technological advancement that Jar Jar represents.
Well, their hatred proves that. Because you never hear someone say, I hate that computer-generated guy that looked kind of out of place. No, he looked so good that people have a strong hatred for him.
Yeah, which is really funny because without Jar Jar, you don't have Watto, you don't have Sebulba, you don't have K2SO, you don't have the Rancor from the Book of Boba Fett.
Well, you don't have like Gollum from
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
You probably don't have half your Marvel characters. You don't have the
bet.
Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, 100 times yes.
I will never understand the complaint or the argument of, oh, I don't like all these CG characters. They're just putting a green screen up and mapping characters in and out. It's like, that's a massive technological achievement.
Yep. Well, I think it's people that know very little, and they're looking for something to complain, and I think unfortunately for our society, if you can be that squeaky wheel first, you can get the most grease.
Yeah.
Like there's Star Wars podcasts that have been around for a long time that's just talk negative and sexist and all that, and they're still going.
Yeah, they spit venom to no end.
Yeah, and they're still and because they come up in my podcatcher, hey, you should try this. I'm like, no, I'm not going to try this.
Yeah, and like the worst part is like it that trickles down into like I was telling you guys about Whatnot, the live auction app.
Yeah.
I was sitting there, I was watching a stream waiting for a very specific item. Actually, it was the diecast Force Awakens Kylo Ren figure.
Mm-hmm.
So I was sitting there waiting for that, and just I had to put up with the guy, the host, who he was just going on and on and on about like, oh, they're making all these toys of Reva, and they're look at the HasLab. It speaks for itself. Nobody wants these terrible characters and blah blah blah. And then like he was trying to justify like just spouting off about like how bad this character was. He's like, I'm not saying that because I'm not being racist. It's just I'm looking at this from I've been selling toys for 20 years now, and it's that's not the best argument to have.
Yeah. Don't compare your racism to something that happened in the past.
Yeah, and also, like, if we really explore why the HasLab thing failed, was it about the character or was it really about the price point of the product?
Yeah,
$600 lightsaber don't sit too well with my wallet.
Right. Well, I think when we've had this conversation before, I think the toy / collectible thing, I think it's running behind the times in the sense they have to decide, are they marketing toys or are they marketing collectibles? And if they're going to market toys, then you have a proven way to do it. You just have to get them back in the hands of kids. And that's, you can't put out $30 action figures and then complain that kids aren't buying them. I mean,
it's funny you say that because I saw something on Facebook today where it brought me back to one of the conversations we had about the Book of Boba Fett throne room, where this guy was complaining about the Reva lightsaber HasLab project, and the guy was going on about like they're not marketing these like they should be. They're marketing these as like collectible items for adults, and or no, what was I? Oh my god! Now it's so late. Now my brain is fried. Oh yeah, because he was complaining that they were marketed like as collectibles for adults and not like toys for kids. And he's like, look at the G.I. Joe HasLab project. It got funded in 24 hours or something like that. Because they're actually marketing as toys. Well, I might be getting my wires crossed.
No. But
think about this, Mike. You're a father, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So would you buy your children a $600 toy to swing around in the yard and beat each other stupid with?
Nope.
No.
And I think HasLab, and I think the toy companies have to decide, because there are people that don't mind doing that. There's but especially nowadays, you have to know your market. And the toys that we think back of when we were kids that kept Star Wars alive, that helped finance the movies, that did all this sorts of stuff, were cheap. They were on the cheap end. Star Wars figures were cheaper than the other figures. And it's almost like they have to go back to that and figure out what kids are playing with, or like a true company, if they're truly a toy company, you make something that kids are going to want to have. And I think what hurt my kids with action figures, when the Clone Wars figures came out, they were cool, but you played with them for 2 or 3 minutes and their hands fell off. So they didn't have a playability with them. Where the figures we had, they didn't look as good. They weren't as articulated, but you could bury them in the sand and come back a week later and they were still fine. And that's
so it's funny that you say that, because the original ones, they were the creators of the original ones. They used to joke saying that they were in the landfill business.
Yeah.
Because they made these toys that would ultimately get thrown away. They were made cheap. They were made quick.
Yeah.
And they also had this other quality. When they, from Kenner's perspective, they coined a phrase. They called it toyetic. Do they have this replayability? Can kids get hours and hours and hours of use out of it?
Yep.
And the Clone Wars figures that you're talking about, you can't get hours and hours and hours of use out of it if they break, or if they don't stand up, or whatever. And they did do a lot of stuff during that time that was super cool. How many different play sets did they have, or how many different action packs did they have back during those times? You don't see those things nowadays. I mean, you have a what could be a diorama set like the Navarro scene, and that's $50.
Right.
Yeah. Well, 150 now.
Yeah, because now they're only available on eBay.
Well, the other thing is, I find it odd that I can 3D print a Star Wars action figure in my house for pennies. I can buy a file and print it for pennies, and you're telling me Hasbro in this day and age cannot mass produce and throw out a $5 action figure.
Yeah, well, and so going back to the conversation where you said, are they a toy company or are they a collectibles company? And I think they are not 100% sure of that.
You print him?
I did.
Nice.
Print and paint it, or did you print it that way?
I painted it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's not posable because the settings on my printer were off, so it's all glued together. But it's a Kenner style Book of Boba Fett figure.
5-point articulation.
Yeah.
Well, 0-point articulation. Yeah. I mean, jetpack and all. Kenner style. So
yeah, and so I mean, if you look at let's say the Black Series, the 6-inch Black Series, they've got a much better sculpt than they ever had, and the package itself is super fancy.
Yep.
I mean, it has special paper that is prismatic. It's meant to be, either displayed on a shelf or whatever. The card backs from the early 70s toys, you pulled the bubble off, you played with the figure, you kept the card back because on the back it had the list of characters that you needed to collect next.
Your gimme list.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's what I don't. I think that's what kids want. Like, I know if you look, when my kids were little, some of their favorite Star Wars figures and other figures were the Playmobil animals, because they were just a one piece, nothing, you could, and Safi would carry one in each hand everywhere we went. And then they also like the Star Wars made those like big clunky ones, like I forget what they were called, Little Buddies or something like that. And because they were indestructible, like the blaster was glued to their hand, so you didn't lose it. You had Commander Cody and I think the arms moved, and that was it.
Wait, are you talking about the Galactic Hero ones where they
Galactic
were like
Heroes? Yeah, Galactic Heroes,
like 2 inches tall, real buff. Like they put the Power of the Force ones to shame buff.
Well, they were like squat. They were more like squat, and you got 2 of them. And back then, you got 2 of them for cheaper than you got one Star Wars action figure. And the kids, you could do all kinds of stuff with them, and the more I think about it, there's becoming that gap for kids, for toys, because like you said, Ken, they got all that packaging. Here's your $30 figure that as soon as you pull it out, you lose half the accessories if you don't break them trying to get all the stupid rubber bands off, and then
Well, and I think we're at a place in time where there are some folks who buy this stuff not because they want it, not because they intend to play with it. They're buying it because they think it's going to be an investment. They're gonna flip this thing. I mean, even Celebration tickets. The day that Celebration tickets got released, they were already on sale for eBay for like 3 times the amount of price that they were sold from.
Well, that's like the Jedi VIP pass. Those things always sell out in like 20 minutes.
Yep.
And it's funny. I'm doing all this bitching about where toys are at now, but in fall 2022, my happy ass is going to be first in line for that selfie series, where I'm going to pay $60 for a 3D scanned sculpt of my head on a Mandalorian figure.
Ken's getting his thing. I'm telling you, you should get the Xbox Connect, and you could probably do that now.
Yeah, I've thought about it. I just need the adapter.
So a few years ago, we went to Star Wars weekend at Disney World. In fact, this time that we went, it was the first time that we had gone. Heather and I went down for our honeymoon, and I paid maybe $100 or so for this.
Yep, maybe.
Oh, there, yeah, I see you in carbonite.
That's me in carbonite. And when we took the boys, maybe a year or two later, we paid $100 each to get their heads on the same size, maybe it's 7 inches or so, as stormtroopers. And we'd always joked about, that Disney's missing an opportunity at Galaxy's Edge to be able to scan people and make toys up. So I think it's funny that Hasbro is going down that path now to do that selfie series.
Well, there's some guys that do that at cons now.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, they'll have a 3D printer, but I think the problem they run into is they can only do like 5 or 6 people, because they were at Steel City for a while.
Now, do they print them right there? They just do the scan
right there. I don't know if
they
just scan you. I don't know how that works, because I was like, whatever the price was not.
Yeah, because for this, they scanned me and then they sent it to me several weeks after.
But again, now with the new camera, there's scanners software you can put on your camera, which I played around with, and it does a pretty decent job. But the other one, the Xbox Connects, if you put that and throw it in Blender, you can 3D print your head. So,
well, yeah, because I mean, if you look at any of the modern iPhones, there is a little black circle there below your innermost camera. That's a LiDAR sensor. So that's actually going to be what your 3D mapping is.
Yeah. So it's just like I wish Star Wars. My biggest only gripe with Star Wars, and I know Hasbro is a different sector of Lucasfilm, and I think Disney has owned Hasbro for years, like in a roundabout way, somehow, if I remember correctly. But they have to I don't know, talk to George or one of these old toy guys and just need to get some toys, because everyone's nostalgic for those toys that they played with. No one's nostalgic for the one you had in a bubble sitting on your shelf.
Well, unfortunately, though, the purpose behind them has changed. So if we go back to the 70s when George agreed to do merchandising, he was doing merchandising to fund the next movies or to fund Skywalker Sound or to fund Lucasfilm or whatever. So it wasn't necessarily about making money for making money's sake.
Yeah.
Did he get rich off it? Partially, but it was the investment here into that other thing, that other project. Whereas now it isn't about that at all, because those movies, those shows are going to be made, and they're not necessarily using the profits from the toys or the T-shirts or the puzzles or the licensing for a Happy Meal. They're just, that's all. They're looking at it from that dollars and cents side of things, which is, I guess, one of the consequences of capitalism, I guess. But they're just looking to maximize that profit instead of the the joy that they can give to the people who buy it, and or using it to fund that next big thing. So the purposes aren't the same, and so some of that nobility or that kindness gets lost now with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Unless that's just me putting an explanation on it that's not really there, and it's just my way of rationalizing how things were better back then.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like it is funny though, because they make what's the one called Action Fleet?
Mission Fleet?
Mission Fleet. That seems like other than the choking hazard of the figures, that seems like a more playable and not as price prohibitive for parents of children.
Yeah.
You know, because you can get a whole ship for $15, $20 or something like that.
Yep.
As opposed to,
or 4 figures. I mean, I think they have the Bad Batch without Omega and Echo.
Mm-hmm.
I think you get 4 of them in one bubble pack.
Yeah, and it's like $15 or $20.
Yeah.
The Razor Crest is the most expensive. The Razor Crest and the Falcon are the only 2 ones that I've seen that were expensive in comparison. I think they were both $50, but you get a handful of goodies to go with them too.
Well, and the ship itself is a bit more substantial than a speeder bike or a blurg.
Right.
Well, and for me, not that many friends of mine had the Falcon growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think I ever played with anyone that had the Falcon. It wasn't until past my action figure playing days that I even saw a Falcon in person. You know, because I think
one friend had it.
Yeah, I had one friend that had the Death Star, and he made you had to pay. I mean, you had to earn to be able to play with that thing with him. He was a Death Star snob. But I don't think I ever saw a Falcon in the wild, as they say.
I was the friend with a Falcon when I was young.
You rich kids, you.
Well, I had my dad's, so it was hand me down.
We had I had a land speeder, and I had a TIE fighter from the Amish unclaimed freight store.
So it's pulled by horses?
No, it was just this Amishman used to buy all the busted stuff from Sears, like the boxes and stuff. So when I got it for Christmas, the box to me it was run over, but it was all there.
Did I ever tell you guys the story behind my dad's Falcon?
No.
I only recently heard this story, but my dad and my aunt have the same birthday. So,
are they twins, or they just happen to have the same birthday?
They just happen to have the same birthday, 11 years apart.
Oh, that's weird.
So my dad was 11 years old, and obviously nobody was home except for my great grandmother for his birthday. And so for his birthday, they went out and got him the I think it was the Empire Strikes Back Millennium Falcon. So that was hey, sorry we missed your birthday. Your sister was being born. Here's this very nice toy that you've always wanted.
He's probably hoping for another sister the next year, I guess.
Right.
Well, I just realized this, which I should have realized years ago. When I was a kid, our jungle gym was a 65 Ford Falcon, and we used to play it was a spaceship. And I just realized it was a Falcon.
You've been flying a Falcon for a long time, before it was inflatable.
Yeah.
Back when it was, in today's standards, a massive hazard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm surprised I still have all my fingers. And we used to hide in the motor compartment because there was no engine there. Close the hood on each other.
What's tetanus?
What's tetanus among friends? No, when you said great grandmother, because my great grandmother used to watch us. That's where I just had this picture in my head. I was like, wait a minute.
Obviously not very well.
Oh no, she was fine. We painted it. My grandfather was a house painter. We busted into his paint one time and painted the whole car, like glass and everything, all one color. He was not happy.
I can imagine why.
It was that car was set on the ground, like there was no wheels. It was literally just a 65 Ford Falcon with doors and glass and no motor, nothing, no trunk lid.
They have an interior.
No front seats. We just had lawn chairs in the front, but it did have the back seat. It was blue. It was blue. I actually had the dash for the longest time. It followed me around for years. I wound up just throwing it in the trash.
Was it blue because you painted it blue, or was
No,
it blue
the
originally?
interior was blue and the car was blue. We painted it all gray, glass and everything.
That hurts.
This Ford Falcon, it basically looks like the car that Harrison Ford or Solo drove in the beginning of the movie. In the beginning of the Solo movie, the car, that thing he's racing, it looks like a Ford Falcon. The dash looks almost the same. The engines at the end look like, because the taillights on a Ford Falcon are round. Like if you look up a 65 Ford Falcon, the dash looks the same as the dash almost, and those taillights, which were the power, look like the taillights.
See, that's the life-size prop we need to make.
Is this speeder?
A speeder.
Speeder bike, or speeder bike, or a car 2-seater speeder?
No, a speeder, a 2-seat speeder.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It might have been Orlando. The Mandalorians had a speeder that they had built.
They did. It looked more like Uncle Owen's speeder, didn't it?
No, it was like the Mandalorian speeder from the Clone Wars.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they had in Orlando. They had a bigger setup than they had in Anaheim.
Other than the TIE Fighter, did they have any other large props? Remember the one year they had the hover tank and Roxy and stuff like that?
And they had the interior of the Falcon. No, they had the Belgians this year did the stage. They built the stage, like, so it was like a
But you couldn't get pictures on it, could you?
No. I mean, you can get pictures of it, but no, they had like a 6-foot tall mythosaur skull hanging on.
Well, that was actually Tom Spina. Spina's and Regal Robot did the mythosaur skull.
But that was all. It was all that type of build, and it was like a spaceport. There was a screen behind it, so it looked like a spaceport going off behind it and stuff.
Gotcha.
It had pillars because Sal did a lightsaber battle on it or something like that. They filmed some lightsaber shots. I don't know what they ever did with those with him.
Maybe it was included in some sort of video montage.
It was in something for kids learning how to do lightsaber battles. It was like cutscenes. They did like cutscenes.
I see what you did there.
But they had they only had about a third of the cars too. I think they only had like 4 cars there. Remember Chicago, they had all those cars. But they only had like 4 cars. So I mean, it could have just been location. And I also think mainly just because I think they were just trying to get this one off the ground and move to the next one.
Well, and let's also analyze that they had the Mandalorian experience. That was huge.
Yeah, that was.
Which I still need to get a thumb drive to you so I can get those photographs.
Yeah, that was in a whole different building. That was in a different over on the one side in the basement. That was pretty cool.
See, my concern as I was looking through the pictures and watching the videos on YouTube of the Mandalorian experience, my concern if I were to go to it now, having seen what I've seen, I would probably just sit on the floor somewhere and just stare for at least 10 minutes, not moving, just trying to soak it all in, because it would just it would be overwhelming for me.
It was a good layout, but man, it's exactly because I just started getting overwhelmed. Like I just started like, okay, I think I looked at that, but let me look at this. Wait a minute, did I look at that? And then before I knew it, I looked at like 50 things in a span of like 30 seconds because it was set up so beautifully. I wish I would have just sat and looked at that Naboo fighter longer, but it was like in the center. So sometimes when you put stuff in the center like that, you tend to like gravitate towards looking around the outside.
Yep. Yeah. And the other challenge with that is when it's in the center, you've got people that are crowding around you and trying to take pictures of this and that, and so
They were really good with traffic on that one. Like they like two people would like if once people leave, then they would let other people in. Like they kind of, and most people were pretty conscious of not, like I'm sure there are people that hung out there forever, but it seemed like most people tried to do it at a decent pace because everyone kind of had to wait for the group in front of them. So it seemed like everyone was being conscientious of the of the other people. I'm sure there was some that weren't.
That's nice because I've been to museums where folks are just either they're leaning over you to get a picture of something, or they spend 12 minutes doing an impromptu photo shoot in front of whatever it is.
Yeah.
Forgetting that other people are trying to enjoy the same thing that they're trying to enjoy.
I was really surprised. I thought everyone was really decent to that end. I hope they put that on the road. I hope that goes on the road.
That would be awesome.
But who knows? But yeah, I would love to see that go on the road and just because it seems like it's tailored to those museums that like I know Franklin Institute does, like they'll do like the Harry Potter experience. Yeah. It seems like it's catered to one of those type places that have that extra venue that you pay like a little extra and you go through.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
So it seems tailored to that, but I don't know.
Or it could be like one of those pop-up places. There's one in New York City that we went to, the Fans Strike Back, and that was just a couple people who collect stuff rented out this space and made it, set it up like a museum. There's costumes and most of the pieces that they had there were the high-end like sideshow collectibles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we paid money to get in and look at these random fans' collections of stuff. And I was happy doing it.
What is funny as Star Wars fans, I think we all of us have more than we realize, and it's more interesting to other people than we realize, So, I mean, I don't have as many people come around my house as I used to, but most of them seem to like my Star Wars stuff. So,
unfortunately, the way we have ours on a rotating basis, so I've got a bunch of collectibles behind me, but then we have art on the walls, and we have to rotate the pieces out every couple months or so because we have more art than walls.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I have posters. I can't even look at posters anymore because I just don't have the wall space to put posters up.
And ours aren't even just posters. They're prints or they're photographs or whatever. I mean, we have the one wall that goes up the stairway. We call it our wall of fame. On the one side, it's all photographs with people that are Star Wars related, and on the opposite side, it's all people that are involved in horror stuff.
Nice.
So we got a picture with Tony Todd and the guy who played, I think his name is Kane Hodder, and Robert Englund. So that kind of stuff.
There's always good horror people at Steel City.
That's true.
Man, we got to get you to Steel City there.
I definitely want to go to that. I bought tickets for an event in August where they're going to have 4 of the characters from Aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And so I paid to get a photograph with them. A photograph. Now, I don't know if I said photograph, but a photograph with them for Heather's birthday.
Where's that at?
What's that?
Where's that at?
That's going to be in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I have to remember the name of it. HorrorCon, maybe?
That's unfortunate. I was hoping it would be a little bit closer.
Well, you could do. There's a Hershey Con coming up in Hershey this weekend or next weekend.
All chocolate or?
No, it's a Comic-Con in Hershey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's one they have one in York. It's the one that when they inducted Zoe, they have it in an old department store, and it's one of my favorite cons because they use the department store, like department stores have like the walkways through.
Uh-huh.
So it's like it's the best setup con ever. Like you know,
that's cool.
It flows really nicely.
That's cool.
So, but yeah, we got Steel City. December is probably what we're shooting for.
Yeah. There's no way I'm gonna be able to make the August one.
Yeah, I got Zoe goes off on the 18th, so I'll be a vegetable for the last couple weeks of.
I'm gonna walk the pup. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I don't know how it feels like we keep going longer and longer every week.
Oh, I know. It's almost 1 o'clock. Well, next week I'm not going to be around Wednesday. So
Okay.
you guys might have to do something without me, but because I'm going to Hershey Park, so I won't be home. And if I get home, I'll be
exhausted.
Last time we went to Hershey Park, the first ride we rode was this water slide, like a flume ride, and it stops dead and splashes you with water. And like an idiot, I held my hands up, and there wasn't enough of us on the ride, and I cracked a couple ribs.
Ugh.
So for like the next 6-7 months, it hurt when I breathed. It hurt like, oh my goodness, that was the stupidest thing I ever did. Because it's this water flume ride, and since there was very few of us on the ride, it normally like skips on the water and splashes and then stops. Well, since there was very few, the top and we were in the front, it just hit it hit the bottom water and just stopped. And I had my hands up and I was like, oh, I was like, I can't breathe. And that was the first ride of the day. I was like, oh. But the girls work at Dutch Wonderland, so they get into Hershey Park for free with a guest. So
really,
yeah. So Amish Disneyland that you drove by.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Hershey Park was connected to that.
They're not really. I think it's like they used to be. I think it's more of like a hospitality thing. Like, hey, we'll send you our people, and you send your people, kind of thing.
Yeah, like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, kind of deal.
Yeah, so they get them free. The girls only have 2 days off this summer that match up. So we're going to hit Hershey Park, but yeah. So yeah, Ken, I won't be around next Wednesday, so we'll have to skip a week because I'll be at Hershey Park.
Okay.
But.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. Ken and I can do something.
Yeah.
Well, it might be worth getting together and just chatting through. I know we bounced around the idea of doing an episode all about celebrations. Maybe we can do a little bit of brainstorming there to structure that and come up with some questions and maybe figure out a way of finding a time for the four of us, because I think that'd be a great one to have Anthony on as an additional person. And I know it sounds silly, but I thought it'd be a great opportunity for you to host a panel, that kind of a conversation rather than just a one-on-one conversation like your Beskar Bucket typically is.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get Zoe, because Zoe's been having a hard time getting Lizzie they can't get their schedule matched up, so she's falling behind. I keep checking Chartable and she's losing some scram. She was like 161 on the one chart one time. So I'm like trying to get her in the top 100 of not that it really matters, but I got to set my own little goals when I look at all the spreadsheets. So
yeah, hey, if she needs someone to fill in temporarily,
I'll tell her. And send her a message too. You got to set her. She's one of those people you just got to bug, because like I said, she works like 130, 140 hours every 2 weeks. So she's busy, but
trust me, I get that one.
Yeah, but she has another month left, a little more than a month left. So she's trying to make as much money for Callie as possible. So,
right.
Did you tell her about how she's going to have to go to Magic Jump for us?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I'll spring that on her when I drop her off at the airport. Hey, guess what? You have to go visit Magic Jump. So. Well, I guess this is a good time to end this. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I think this might be the latest we've gone. Not the longest, but the latest.
And I'm dragging because I was working on the DeLorean way too early this morning, which I never thought I'd say that in a Star Wars podcast. So those that are listening, we kept one person listening. I have 4 people on TikTok, but they can only hear me talk.
I'm the one on Facebook, if that's what you're looking at.
Oh, so we got no. I think that's just a YouTube number. I don't think the Facebook one shows up.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I don't know 100%, but I don't think the Facebook one shows up.
I gotta talk to Anthony to figure out how we did that whole event thing.
Oh yeah.
Because we did when we first brought out the idea of the unifying fandom. He had created some events and showcased it on our forces behind Star Wars page.
It could be because I didn't start this one. I got to get back in the thing of starting it earlier, like a week out, so we have the link, and then we can make events for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just got to get back in my.
Well,
game.
I mean, we're gonna have that week off, so maybe those are some of the things that we can. So if you had to say what we're going to talk about next, what do you think the topics would be?
We need to do our roll call.
Okay.
I'm not saying the next thing, but I'm throwing that out there that we need to do that at some point.
Yeah.
Well, how about we break it out by trilogies? So we could do the. Do you want to start with the original, then go prequel, sequel, and then the other stuff, or do you want to do it in chronological order?
I could do release order. That might be the easiest to keep track of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that said, which of the original trilogy do you want to claim?
I'm going to go for New Hope if no one wants it.
Okay.
Ken?
I'll do Jedi.
I'll do Empire.
Okay. And so just so you understand the idea behind this roll call, this is just you listing off the characters' names that you know.
And I'm telling you, mine's going to be short because I am terrible at names. I might be able to say the guy that, like I remember Boshak, but that's
that's fine because in the original one in A New Hope, even with the toys, they didn't even have the names. I mean, it was Hammerhead and Walrus Man.
Yep. Well, and I didn't learn the names until the card game came out in the 90s.
Yep. And so I think this is just a wonderful exercise in how Star Wars is different than a lot of other things. So even with the Marvel movies and Batman and all of those kind of things, other than the main characters, we don't really pay attention to a lot of the names of the other folks. But with Star Wars, I mean, I have a list right now for The Phantom Menace. And I think my list is about 50 people, 50 characters' names just off the top of my head. Not looking at a cast list, not looking at a character list. I think I have 50 names on there. And that's not even counting, ships or creatures or weapons. That's just character names.
I don't know about creatures. I saw you threw Jawas in there.
Well, I wouldn't call them any more of a creature than a Tusken Raider.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have a lot of Jawa names, but there are some named Jawas in the Star Wars stuff. Like, true. Didn't what's the lady's name in The Mandalorian?
Pelimoto.
Oh,
yeah. Didn't she name the Jawa that she dated?
Yeah.
And say that he was like really hairy or really furry or something like that?
Yeah. There was a name Jawa in Obi-Wan, and I'm blanking on the name.
Oh yeah, the trash
yeah, dealer? the one that stole his stuff and then sold it back to him.
Mr. Haney. No, that shows how old I am. That's from Green Acres, the guy who used to come and sell him stuff. Mr. Haney was his name.
You sure it's not Mr. Morrow? Tom Morrow?
No, he was Mr. Haney. He was Mr. Haney.
But yeah, that's the exercise. So you take your movie, get on that Google spreadsheet, and just list the names of the characters that you know.
All right.
Don't look anything up. Just rattle off. So if it's 12 that you got, that's 12 that you got.
All right.
Because
Tika.
what'll end up? What is it?
Tika. That was his name.
That's funny. And so what'll probably end up happening is during each of these roll calls. So let's say, if we go in order, Mike, you go first with A New Hope. You're going to list off the characters that you know, and then John will say, well, what about this guy? What about the Tanaka sisters? Or, does who was Cammy Fixer? Fixer wasn't in the movie, but we remember his name. He was in the deleted scene from A New Hope.
Yeah.
And Fixer showed up in Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Both Cammy and Fixer were there.
Mm-hmm.
So your 12 characters will trigger things for the other two of us to say, and then when I do mine, the same thing will happen with you guys for the other ones. And this just, once again, I think just shows how Star Wars is different than lots of other franchises. And when you get three nerds in a space talking about all of these characters, that could be hours of conversation.
I think it's a great idea. This is going to be this. See, Ken or Mike, this is going to be one that we really should. That's one we should throw up as like a podcast.
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
But
awesome. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, guys.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it.
Good night.
Sleep well.
And his dream.
Good night. Yeah. Oh, Mike, real quick.
Yeah.
Don't forget if you remember that protocol droid arm.
Oh yeah. I will dig